Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Let me sing a song of a family forged by trials and woe. On their own they falter, but together they will write their own tale of glory rent asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. What was rent shall be restored. What was lost now shall be found. The price of valor ever rising, but victory brings new rewards. Tales of glory, might, and wonder, hard-fought battles, treasures won. Our heroes know their fate awaits them, and so they carry on. Hello, and welcome back to Jigal. I am but one of your humble players, Pixel, and I am excited to present to you the Time to Face the Music, I guess, fourth episode of Ages of Honor in collaboration with our beloved creative partners in the Eat Fleet, and Bonus Mom's Tavern presents Critical Role. All of the Netherdeep. Mom is not streaming, and I knew that. She's had a tough day, and it's fine. Don't worry about it. You can try and get it up running if you want, Mom, but I think if you miss this one, they'll survive. However, this is the fourth episode of this campaign, and we are going to go over our housekeeping things. My friends, first things first, nobody who is streaming this is GMing, so you won't see any spoilers on map screens or things like that. However, our PCs will be in the chat with you guys tonight, so please don't spoil things in this adventure if you happen to have read it or have played it or whatever. Second, don't forget about the rules. There's a lot of them. We don't always get them right. Don't lose your mind about it. Third, don't be a wang rod. We do try to keep that internet toxicity and judgmental bullshit to a minimum. So don't be annoying about our players' knowledge of the game or the rules, their character or RP choices, or frankly, anything else about them or each other for that matter. And of course, as a reminder, we do release a show on the Ages of Einor YouTube channel the week following each session if you want to rewatch or have to miss part of tonight's episode. And then, of course, last but not least, before we get started, we're going to go around and please introduce yourselves and your characters cast, starting with the woman, the myth, the legend, TikTok's #1 Minecraft streaming granny gamer, bunny destroyer, and lion tamer, Bonus Mom.
Hey gang, I'm Bonus Mom 70, and I am playing a Goliath barbarian tonight named Grasha. And I'm all over the internet. You heard what he said. And I am a charming, delightful, happy gal who likes flowers and loves everybody. Unless you mess with my friends.
I'm confused. Are we talking about Grosher or are we talking about Bonus Mom? I
We're
just want to be
talking
clear.
about both of
Okay,
them
okay.
simultaneously.
Damn. We have character bleed going on here, gang. Well, great now for the man without whom truly none of this would be possible. My streamer senpai and yours, father, gamer, family man, guitarist, rarer than a shiny Pokemon, non-toxic, southern accent having homie, Final Fantasy wifing, president of these United States, states of our hearts anyway, prime minister of sinister, wholesome dulcim, waifu haiku, husbando commando, inventor of non-stick pans, Charlie's Chocolate Factory CEO search contest winning, lord of sinning, the reason for the season, new year, new me, stronger than an oaken tree, king of the hill, skinner of knees, decider of things, and lord of our rings, a Vincent Page.
I actually liked that addition. That one was really good. I do want to point out really quick before I do my intro, y'all have no idea how much character development's happened with Pixel's intro. If you go back and like listen to early Curse of Strahd intro versus like now, significant difference. Guys, I'm Vincent Page. I'm playing Orin Talwin, half-elf Echo Knight fighter.
Excellent. Next up, we have the Firestarter, Firestopper, Bar Hopper, Pirate, Lady Killer, Ale Swiller, King Killer, Cookie Captain himself, Jason.
I am Jason, playing Dorian, the human sailor, and all those other things. Warlock. Yeah, excited to get on with this episode.
Hell yeah. I also forgot to mention who has chat inspiration and who doesn't, starting with SpongeBob.
I'm not looking at that right now. I'm sorry.
Moving to Vincent Page.
I do have chat inspiration.
Right, Jason.
I do not.
Okay.
You know what?
I mean, we
don't
didn't
think
do a
I
whole lot
do.
last session, but you don't think you do? Okay. Oh, that's me. That's you. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Terrific. Next up is the vivacious, the loquacious, the magnacious, the lean, mean, and caprine fighting machine, Lady Stuff.
Hello, I am Lady Stuff, and I am playing Rhea, your Goblin Satyr, Ghost of Christmas Past, question mark, who knows what she is. What is she? She's a cleric, a Twilight cleric.
Heck yeah. And does she have chat inspiration?
She does have chat inspo.
Okay, wait. Orin and Dorian, I think I got you guys mixed up. Who has chat inspiration? Who doesn't?
I do.
Okay.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
You do now because Skittle just gave it to you. So.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
All
thank
right.
you.
And then Rhea thinks she does have chat inspiration? Yes. Okay, great. And last but not least, of course, we have the cunning and craftery, dungeoning mastery. Get ready for the incoming emotional damage, disastery, fee-fi-fo narrative bastardry of Ace.
Yeah, I'm Ace. And unfortunately, I don't even get to deliver the first bit of trauma tonight because we're set up for someone else to do that. Got my thunder stolen from me before I even got started.
Well, speaking of the Thunder Stealer, I guess that's me. My name is Pixel. Tonight I'll be playing Casimir, Tiefling Fighter, and, expositor, let's say. And I have chat inspiration. Mark, do I stand by everyone?
And I do have it after all.
Oh,
Is there
okay.
anybody else who didn't that we can transfer it? I'm so sorry.
Dorian.
Dorian didn't.
Dorian
so we'll
didn't
just...
have it.
Dorian.
Okay. All right, gang. Well, that's it. We're good. Sorry, Ace, throwing it over to you.
Okay, so yeah, last time we were around, we had a little bit of a mishap at the Emerald Grotto where some things got a little carried away. There was a shark, tried to eat some people, but inevitably, between the rival party and our party of heroes, supposedly, they managed to stop the shark, retrieve the Emerald Eye, and in an attempt to leave the cave, most of them ended up in this kind of what I'm going to call a sanctuary, where they got to see a vision. And this was a vision that I don't think any of them really were able to place real well. Nobody recognized this individual, but whoever it was, there was definitely a calling that this individual needs help. Whatever is going on with him, it definitely seems that there is a much higher power involved, and he's kind of trapped somewhere for some reason. I don't know that anybody really pieced together any information as to why or what any of that may be, but in the process, they also recovered a pendant. And through some conversations and some other people, they ended up uncovering that this pendant is actually a vestige, which um, effectively this is a relic from the event known as the Calamity, and carries just an immense amount of power. I mean, this thing could be life altering in the most drastic levels of way, but it could be a weapon, it could be a benefit, it could be a boon of some sort. There's really no way of knowing without knowing more about this specific one. So, I mean, effectively, they're holding a nuclear bomb and have no idea how to use it or handle it. And the first thought was maybe we can use it to medically treat this person without any knowledge. That person, of course, being the Genasi from the rival party, who they went to have a conversation with to see if they could try and uncover a little more about what's going on and why one of them has attempted to possibly assassinate one of their players. Um, and in and of this conversation, a few more things came to light. And I think the general idea was maybe they need to play their cards a little closer to their chest for the moment. And in an uncovering that, we had Cass, who right at the end leaned over to Orin and apparently has something that they really need to talk about.
Yeah, I don't think Cass's intent was to talk about this as we walk down the road, potentially within earshot of other people. So
Yeah,
Cass
sure.
would like to have this conversation. Like, I know that we have to talk as a group about like what the plan is about tomorrow. Cass is in kind of a pickle because he wants to have this conversation with Orin before that conversation with the group happens, but doesn't know if he's going to be able to finagle that when we get back to the inn. So that's sort of like what he's working out is like, how is he going to make sure that there's an opportunity for that to happen? Um, and so I think maybe, so he just like we left off, he leaned over and said to Orin that I got to tell you something. I don't know what Orin, like how he responds to that, but yeah, that's kind of like where Cass is at in the moment.
Okay, so we can play this two ways. Do I need to make an insight check to see how serious you feel about that, or do you think that I feel it's pretty obvious?
Um, he's not trying to like hide it, so I don't think you would need an insight check.
Okay, well, I mean, if it seems really serious, I think that Warren would probably think to himself, okay, probably not right here right now. So he's just going to give him a kind of a nod and okay.
Yeah, okay. So I guess with that knowledge, Cass is going to try to sort of like talk to the group at large and just sort of say like, "Hey folks, I know that when we get back to the inn, we probably got a lot to talk about, but you know, it's been a long day. I'd like to try and maybe get like a bath in before we get started on all that, if that's all right." Hoping that he can use the like because we have like the nicest suites in the place. Hopefully, there's a bath available in his room, and he can use that as an excuse to get away from everyone with Orin. Is the plan?
You might be hard pressed to not have Dorian join you, but that seems reasonable.
Well, I just want to find a great big old bed and climb right on in.
I think so does Dorian.
You don't need any help with that bath now, do you? Like getting you in or getting you out.
Nothing. Me and Ren can't handle. I assure you.
Well, I used to do that for the princess way back when, and she said I was so gentle when I was a carrying her that, well, she felt like she was a baby in my arms.
I'm sure. That sounds
All right.
delightful.
All right. So, general strategy, you guys kind of heading back towards the end then, and that gonna go from there? Are you guys, is there anything anybody wants to do on the way?
Cass doesn't have anything.
I think Grasha's focused now on just getting back and getting comfy, enjoying all the free stuff, right? Because we get all this for free because we's heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. So you guys make your way back to the Unbroken Tusk Inn, which the Unbroken Tusk is like, I mean, you're staying at the Marriott, right? Like this is the top end inn that is around. It costs a small fortune to stay there, but for you guys, it's all taken care of. The rooms are not only reserved for you guys, but these are like secured rooms that can actually be locked and what have you. So you do feel a little safer than, just your standard inn where there might just be kind of a shoddy door or what have you. Like this is all really well kept and things of that nature. But yeah, all of that is definitely well within. As soon as you guys kind of enter, the staff immediately greets you as if they've been waiting for you guys. They're, like, obviously they're not taking your luggage and things of that nature, but they're trying to, offer you food and take you to a table, take you up to your room, offer to run a bath for you. These are like all of these amenities. You guys are literally the red carpets being rolled out, all the luxuries. You guys are kind of free to go about the inn as you choose.
Is there a way
Well,
I could try and get a note to someone?
Yeah, are you just, strictly like a hand delivered note or?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's something you could definitely do. Are you just looking to have like a courier run it, or are you looking to? What's your?
Yeah, I think she'll have the courier run it along with her set of keys for the night.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think is that something you're kind of advising anyone else of, or are you just taking
No.
that upon yourself? And okay,
Yep.
yeah, no, I think that they'll definitely make that way. Um, we'll see where that goes as the night goes on.
I just now remembered that Cass reverse pickpocketed that gold into Dormit's
True.
pocket at the end of last session. That just like sort of. Okay.
Just for a clarification, really quickly, Rhea has the vestige of power, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she is keeping it tucked inside where no one can see. She's concerned.
I would be concerned if you weren't concerned. I would be a little worried about your lack of worry.
Yeah, I think Cass is gonna have the staff draw a bath or whatever. I don't know that he's gonna get in it, but like just at least to keep up the appearances.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like again, this is, you guys are getting top of the line. So of course, when they do, they're lighting a bunch of candles and laying out fire. Like they are going to the nines of this,
Yeah,
like
of
putting on
course.
this whole thing.
Oh. Yeah, I guess when they're done doing that and leave the room, Cass just sort of like sits down. Is there like a sitting area? Like, is this like a fancy
Yeah,
hotel
these are like
suite?
yeah,
Kind of
they're
thing?
like a
Okay.
suite, not like just a bed in a room. Like there's like a little table and what have you. Probably each room probably fit for like two people. You would expect most of these are fit for like a couple to have like on a honeymoon or some kind of special occasion. This isn't like your everyday stay kind of thing.
Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah. So Cass just like finds a place to sit in the seating area, you know, and just waits for Orin to sit down.
Yeah, no, Orin would follow.
And Cass sort of just like puts his head in his hand for a second and is like, "Well, shit." So I was kind of hoping I'd never really have to do this. Oh God, yeah. I wanted to tell you for a long time, but the longer things went on, it was sort of hard to, every moment it got harder with the weight of all the moments behind it. It's the longer I put it off, the harder it was to do. Okay. So you know how I'm like a handsome tiefling man and all that?
Pretty aware.
Well, I ain't always been that.
Pretty or a tiefling?
Tiefling.
Okay.
In fact,
Important distinction.
yeah, the amount of time that I've been a tiefling is more or less equivalent to the amount of time we've known each other, plus maybe somewhere between 5 minutes and an hour. You, when you found me, you saved my life. Sort of. The fact of the matter is that I'm pretty sure I died, actually. And then when I woke up, and there you were, you know how I was like real weird around mirrors for a while? Well, when I died, I wasn't a tiefling. And then I woke up and I was one. I don't really 100% know what happened in the middle there. I was just like a human when I died. Just like just a guy. So if the Raven Queen people have issues with me and she's all about death and people dying at the right time and stuff, I think I kind of got, I don't know, resurrected or reincarnated or something. But also, I ain't, I ain't exactly really from around here. In kind of a more cosmic sense. And I was hoping I'd never really have to talk to anybody about this again. Last time I did, it didn't go super great. And I know I should have trusted you. I know that, but I also thought it might be dangerous for people to know stuff. That ain't no excuse for me to keep you in the dark about stuff about me. I know that. I'm a piece of shit. Not telling you, but like I said, the longer I didn't tell you, the longer it made it harder to do this. But I feel like this kind of forced my hand a little bit. So I'm not exactly from around here. I'm from like, I don't know what you'd call it, maybe another dimension or plane of existence or something. Um, you know, and he starts talking in this like extremely strange, like you've never heard any creature or any speak this way before. It's not like demonic or evil. It's just like an absolutely foreign language to this place. For a second, he just sort of like rattles off a little bit of it, and he says, I don't really know what happened. I was I was taking care of it. I'm good with animals. Well, it's because I grew up, in a wild place, kind of. There's a little bit of civilization, but there were sort of huge tracts of land where people were taking care of large beasts of burden and creatures they were raising for food and feed and for transport and all kinds of things. And, I don't really remember exactly what happened, just that something happened and I was here. Not like right here. I was, down in the Hellcash Valley, and it was kind of a similar place. I didn't realize at first. The landscape looks pretty similar and whatnot, but then I made my way into town, and there was all these kind of crazy critters running around and magic and stuff. And we didn't really have that where I came from. We had these. He sort of like waves his gun around a little bit. We had all kinds of stuff you guys didn't really have. There were, I don't know what you'd call them, like big metal boxes on little tracks, and we'd shovel special rocks into them, and they'd like move stuff long distances faster than a horse could run. You guys don't really have those, I don't think, around here.
Weehaw.
Well, anyway, all of this is to say, I guess, a couple of things. One, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. That's shitty of me. And he sort of like picking at his fingers, real nervous, like. And when I said I didn't know why that guy was after me, I don't really, but maybe it has something to do with me not belonging here or supposed to be dead or something. I don't know. And I just thought that if we were gonna have to have a conversation, okay, all right, I did all shit. I do remember something of what he said to me when he stabbed me. Ugh. He said he told me to die, interloper, and that you never really knew who I truly was, because obviously of all the stuff that I just said. Although I might take exception to the idea that that is who I truly am, or something. In any case, I guess whatever it is has something to do with all that. And he sort of like stops talking and is like fidgeting with his hands.
I love that you have an isekai story. Huge fan.
Yeah, I straight up went to Ace and was like, "Hey, here's my idea.
Yeah.
Cowboy isekai, let's go."
I love it so much, and I just couldn't let that moment pass without telling you. I love it so much.
Okay, all right. And
yeah,
we're back.
Yeah, so I think Oren's quiet for a moment, but then I think he leans forward and takes your hand to keep you from fidgeting.
It doesn't work. He's still fidgeting.
Yeah, well.
Fidgeting mid-grab.
Nothing about this story changes how I feel about you. I have to admit, I'm quite confused. And honestly, there's more questions than answers. Answers. I can do this. Don't worry. It's been a couple weeks. But I am glad that you told me. We'll figure it. We'll figure it out. If you still want me by your side through this, then I would be happy to be here.
Of course I do. Like I said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, and sorry for hiding things and lying about stuff. It ain't no excuse. It just
I don't fault you for being wary of telling people this. I don't own you. You're allowed to have things that you keep to yourself. But I am glad that you trust me now to know. And as far as I'm concerned, we'll figure it out together. I did have one question. I have more than that, but there is one question that seems prevalent to ask now. You said that when I found you before you woke up, you were human. Do you think it was the Raven Queen's subordinates who made the first attempt on your life?
probably, yeah. I think so. It's a little fuzzy. Back when I was in the Hellcatch, I helped some. I don't know what. I was still pretty new. I could barely even speak the language. I helped some old lady with some stuff she had going on, and she sort of gave me like I don't know what like a token or something, and from what I could tell, she said it would protect me or something like that. I don't know. Well, that happened. I got stabbed. Pretty similar to what happened yesterday. I don't even know what day it is. Pretty similar to what happened with, that jackass. And when I woke up, that token or whatever it was like broken. So I don't know if there was some kind of magic in there that, I don't know, brought me back or something. But
not to interrupt, but for clarification, this woman gave this to you in your homeland.
No. This was after I came here, but before I lived. Like I said, I was down in the Hellcatch Valley for a while, you know, helping out. Mostly doing the same stuff I was doing where I came from. I was able to learn enough to communicate with folks that, you know, I can drive animals and keep them in a herd and that kind of thing, you know. And so I was doing that and helped this old lady with some problem she was having, you know, because and he sort of like flips his gun around back and forth. I'm also can do this kind of thing, and she gave me. At first, I thought it was just some sort of, you know, I don't know, token to call in a favor or something to say thank you. And then I never really thought much about it. You know, I just wore it around my neck and whatnot, and then, you know, that happened, and it was busted, and I was different, and I don't really know to the extent that that was like involved, but it, you know, kind of seems like it's got to be in some way, right? But I ain't. That's, you know, I don't know if you've noticed that I don't know things that I probably should know about this world and how it works and magic and gods and all that. And well, that's why I don't, you know all that much about that stuff.
Do you still have the token?
It's a great question, Ace. Do I still have the token?
I mean, if you think that's something you would have held on to, then yeah, I think you would. If that was kind of like a leave the past behind, I think that's also reasonable.
I think he would have held on to it. Yeah. I don't think he wears it after it's broken because it's like I think it's in multiple pieces. And I think maybe it's just like down in like the bottom of one of his gun cases or something. Then he just sort of like pulls it out. And so it's like it's kind of like a little. It's not much bigger, I don't think, than like a coin, you know. And it's just like this little sort of amulet looking thing. But it's like, you know, and it's. I think if he sets it down, there's like one big piece of it that's still attached to the little like leather tie that would go around his neck, and then there's like two or three other little pieces, and then if even if you like put them all kind of together, there's stuff that's like missing because it, I don't know, like dusted practically. These were just like the biggest shards of it he could kind of put together.
Can I make any sort of check if I recognize anything about it? I mean, I don't know that I have anything in my background that would say, but I also don't know what it is.
Um, yeah, I think you can. I'm gonna tell you it's gonna be a tough religion check.
Sure. I mean, I feel like he would at least think about it, so it makes sense to make the check if that
Sure,
makes sense.
sure.
I know where religion's at. Don't even worry about it. Okay, that ain't great. It's 14.
Yeah, I think this is something that like it's not like I think the token itself doesn't carry any insignia of like anything that would really set you off. I think this would be like the equivalent of okay, so for lack of a better example, I think this would be the equivalent of something like on Christmas, people have frankincense, right? Because that was part of, but like frankincense as a whole carries no direct correlation. So I
Sure.
don't think anything to you looks at that and goes, oh, I definitely know what that's tied
Right.
to. You can tell it's been crafted for a purpose. Like this isn't like an accidental, you know, rock or something that somebody found, right? Like there's definitely
Yeah.
some kind of
Significance.
involvement, but like as far as what, I don't think you know exactly.
Okay. Well, Oren probably just hands it back to him, and this is a lot. Um, as I said, we'll figure it out together. If nothing else, it's helpful to know what their motives may be. Even if it may not be clear why you're here or anything like that, but at least it does make sense now why they seem to be upset.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't have a lot of memory about, you know, when I left there and came here. You know what I mean? I think I might have died there too or something. I don't know.
It all seems weird. And not only that, if you came here as a human and then only after the first attempt on your life did you wake up a tiefling. That confuses me, but
Yeah. I tell you, sure shit confused me.
no doubt. Well, I'm in the spirit of sharing things. I don't think I've told you why the eye was important. The folks that we were following when the attempt was made on your life earlier.
Yeah.
I'll give you the short version, but when I was younger, the village where I lived was attacked by this group of individuals, and they were carrying that symbol. That was the day my mother died, and I've spent a long time searching for them, and this is the first time I've seen any sort of sign of that symbol. And you deserve to know that, because considering that that's exactly what got us into the situation where you were stabbed again.
Yeah. Well, I think that was just kind of obviously that somebody was tracking it there. I guess him was tracking us that whole time. Just waited till we were separated. Although we were separated when the penguins were around, so actually, I guess it could have. Maybe he wasn't tracking us the whole time. Just got lucky.
For sure. I'm not implying that I think that the Bleeding Eye and the Raven Queen are connected. Obviously, I wouldn't necessarily rule it out, but you're not the only one who hasn't been. Yeah, that only makes it extremely hard to concentrate now that
Sorry.
Melly's in my head. It's fine.
And I was a young boy.
Anyway, I'm just saying that you're not the only one who hasn't been forthcoming about everything, and I don't think there's a reason to not forgive yourself, because as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to forgive on my side.
Yeah, I think you see Cass like there's a pretty huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He was definitely very nervous about this. How big is that tub?
Hey, my
Yeah,
mind was already there.
Think undersized hot tub. I mean, I definitely think
Okay.
fit for a couple people.
All right, well, he's gonna get cleaned up, and I think that's all we need to say about that.
While they're conversing, what's everybody else doing?
Well, Gracia would have immediately, when she got to the place, checked out the menu. And when she found out that she could get the food in her room, that was just like the most amazing thing that ever happened to her. And so, not understanding how entrees and side dishes and whatever work, she pretty much ordered everything because, we hadn't been eating a lot. She would have had it all delivered to her room, and she would have put it all on the bed, and she would have climbed in with it. And that's pretty much how she spent the night. And she didn't take a bath.
Yeah, seems like a solid plan to me. Let's see here. Go ahead and roll.
God, he's rolling.
Here.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Oh no.
Yes. So, for what it's worth, for the next 24 hours, because of the food from this place, Grasha will have an extra 8 temporary hit points for the duration of the next day.
No, she doesn't even realize it, but she's ecstatically happy.
All right. What about Dorian? What is he up to during this?
What was Rhea doing? Did she run off somewhere?
She did.
All right, well, Dorian's on his own, so probably gonna. Is there a bar at the place here?
Yeah, so and I guess it kind of depends what you're looking for. Again, this is a little more upscale, so this is kind of, quiet, wine bar kind of situation. Maybe not
That's
necessarily like
probably
something.
what he wants after a
Okay.
day like
Yeah,
today. Not
that's
not
totally fair.
rowdy, but nice vibe, good drinks, little bit of company, and some food.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. So I guess while he's there doing that, he will also get a roll here. You did say he's eating, yeah?
Yeah.
And he will get 9 temporary hit points for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
so sorry. If I don't say the weird thing, I'll die. But I'm assuming what we're eating doesn't count for temporary hit points.
Yeah, I don't think that quite falls into that category,
Sorry.
unfortunately.
I'm so sorry. I'm fine. I'm on mute again.
In front of bonus mom and everything. Come on.
Oh God! All right, what's Rhea doing?
My question was, this body of water that we're around, is it fresh or salt water?
This actually is salt water that
Yeah.
eventually, well, yeah, eventually. So it's all salt water.
Okay. Are there any little, I don't know, like fountains or anywhere where there is some fresh water? If not, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, like within the city, you're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, definitely within the city there is.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just find a little body of fresh water, and she's gonna basically go and clean off all of her gear. Hopefully the moon's out. Say some prayers underneath the moon and kind of cleanse all of her things under the moonlight. And then once she's done with that, she is going to return and basically ask for whatever the cheapest room in the place is that she can get.
Yeah, so a couple things. First and foremost, I do want to denote that I think because it would be important to Rhea, Katha is just starting to fade in the sky. So moon, I mean, you're kind of in the later half of phases, starting to kind of wane a little bit. And notably, you would expect probably within the next few days would start to see Ruidus. I mean, at least to some degree. Um, Also, when you go back, are you attempting to I'm assuming you are looking for a room in this place.
Correct.
But are you hiding the fact that you're paying for a room, or is this kind of like you're just gonna do it and get it done with?
I wouldn't say that she's hiding it, but she's not like making a big fuss about it either.
Okay. All right. Uh yeah. So let's go in here. I think when you get back, they do hand you a sealed envelope that carries a crest on it that you would be familiar with, that I don't think anybody else would be. This is a crest that you have seen, I mean, many, many times before from times long ago. So I think immediately you recognize not only who it's from, but what it entails. But I think the follow up there is I think the staff is very confused. And they're kind of, are you sure you want to pay for, like, part of the whole thing is you get one of the rooms. I don't know. I is the room not to your liking? Is there
Oh
something
no,
wrong?
no, not at all. It's a beautiful room and all. I just, really, this was kind of like a group project, you see, and I feel I have some friends who maybe are more deserving of it than I. And anyways, I prefer it, just sleeping beneath the moon as it is. I really don't need anything fancy like.
Well, okay.
Meanwhile, there's Orin and Cass and the candles and the wine.
Yeah.
There's a
Rasha
chamber
with a bed
orchestra
of
playing on the
food.
Rasha with the
balcony.
food.
Listen, brother,
String quartet.
we rough it enough. All right.
That's right.
We're taking advantage of this while we're here.
Sorry, carry on. I just wanted to
Yeah.
interject that random scene of opulence into this little moment.
Yeah, so I do think they take Rhea back to one of these small little rooms, and I think, I mean, literally this is, I mean, borderline a closet, right? Like this is almost like an afterthought that, like, it's got like enough room for like a bed. There's not even like a chair or anything. Like it is just a bed, no dresser, nothing like that. It's still a nice bed because it's still a decent place, right? But like this is, the bottom shelf, if you will. Like, well, we can offer you this and we'd gladly pay for it, but you're sure you don't want?
Oh no, this is perfect. Thank you so much. I will say though, however, if I have some friends who come by, I might have given him the key card to the room that we earned. Please do let them in. Let them have whatever they want, food and drink. Just know that they earned it.
Yeah, who are we to say no to the winners? Again, if you need anything, just let us know. And yeah, they kind of make their way off, and like they're like it's to the point where the couple of guys walking away, you can almost hear them like whispering, like, "You don't understand." Like they are very confused about the entire situation.
Ray is not bothered. She's fine.
Yeah, fair enough. So notably, I will say, when you got the envelope, it is sealed,
Mhm.
and only thing written on the outside is "open in the morning."
Okay. Then I think she'll tuck it into her little shirt blouse right next to where she's keeping the pendant.
Okay, I have
You often keep
one.
your correspondence next to the nuclear bomb that you carry around.
I do have one more question.
Yeah.
Cass had requested a reinforced bed.
Ah!
Was that delivered?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had to
Excellent.
because at the very least they had to for Grasha anyway. So,
Excellent. Just wanted to make sure.
so that said, night goes on. Is anybody else doing anything through the duration of the night, or everybody goes about their festivities, gets a long rest, and we convene in the morning?
That was it for Grasha.
Okay, then everybody will get the effects of the long rest. Um, Peaceful night, secured. Like I said, these rooms are locked. What have you? So there's nothing to worry about there. Uh, what is everybody doing in the morning?
I think first thing, Ray is opening this letter.
Yeah, and I think notably, so when you open this, you actually like unfold it. Think of a letter that's been like trifolded. You unfold this to find not a written letter, but instead this, what I'm going to call like a seal, that's been kind of painted on there. And it's like a magic seal, something that, again, you specifically would be familiar with in this form of correspondence. But I don't think it's something that, like, if anybody else found this, they would have any idea what this is even for. And so you specifically would then know how to activate this. And when you do, you are greeted with a voice in your head, which again is not a shock to you. This is something that he has done before. Um, and so, again, you're kind of familiar with it, almost expecting of it. And I've just shared with you information that is kind of played back in your head. And while she looks that over, what does everybody else do?
Well, Grasha would have gotten up in the morning and gotten into her clothes, and when she comes out of her room, she looks a little bit different in silhouette than she did the night before. The pockets in her pants look a little bulgy and odd. The pockets in the vest that she wears a little bulky. Her backpack quite heavily looks much bulkier, and she smells absolutely delicious. Um, if you like the smells of leftover entrees. And she heads back downstairs to see what's for breakfast. And when she gets there, she's ordering the old man hero of the universe, everything we can offer, and grits thrown on top breakfast. And she's going to eat it, every single bit, with 2 glasses of mother's milk. Well, the cow's mother's milk.
I think Dorian's probably going to run into Grasha down at breakfast, but he's going to be ordering probably a mimosa breakfast. Get the day started off with a nice drink.
As one does.
Grusha looks at it, doesn't say much as he sits down, but she's eyeing him, thinking maybe he's made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. Yeah, that's where I was going. Was you too? So.
Um, as Oren's getting ready and all that, he just wanted to say to Kaz, I'll follow your leads when it comes to what you want to say to the others. Um, you should be the one that decides.
Yeah. Gosh, I haven't even thought about that. Shit.
I'm not saying you owe anyone anything. I just, as far as disclosing the information, I'll follow your lead.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think Cass gets up, gets ready, goes down. I think he also has breakfast. I think he's got like bacon, eggs, pancakes, hash browns, orange juice, extra bacon, extra eggs, maybe another stack of pancakes, maybe some more hash browns, maybe another glass of orange juice.
Oh,
I think it's easy to
gracious.
see why Cass is let's say, as chubby as he is.
Grusha looks over at him, seeing that breakfast, holds her fork up with eggs and grits all over it, and just waves and continues to eat.
Yeah, and I think with with a spoonful of like scrambled eggs, Cass sort of almost like a toast, sort of like lifts it up and then eats it. And I think he does have like a little bit of egg and like hash brown in his beard as he eats. He'll probably have to clean that off later because he knows it drives Ren nuts.
In a really sweet voice, Grusha, following that little exchange, hollers across the room and says, "So, did you get in and get out all right?"
Yeah, it's a pretty big tub. It was fine.
I
Oh, she
didn't
meant the
get
tub.
one. Maybe another night.
That's
You
right.
recommend the tub? You say it was roomy?
Yeah, it's probably about the right size for one of you.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Oren's down there and is blushing for sure.
Cass is unfazed. He clocked immediately the double entendre and chose to take the high road.
Notably, Cass will get a whopping 8 temporary hit points for having
Woo.
breakfast. Oren, are you eating?
Listen, I got to get that protein in too, baby.
That's right.
Okay. And wow.
Gotta keep them gains.
That's right.
Oren will also get the max roll of 8
Nice.
temporary hit points for breakfast.
Incredible.
Love to see it.
Strong.
That will last, like I said, for the next 24 hours. That said, we will revisit Rhea after that. What is she doing after that?
I think that she looks kind of blank-faced as she's reading this note, and then just kind of looks very resolved all of a sudden. She makes her bed. She says her morning prayers, puts on her outfit, polishes up her holy symbol, looks herself. I don't know if there's a shard of something, probably not a mirror in this room because it's basically a closet, but whatever's shiny that she can look in, touches up her hair. All right, let's get some breakfast. I think I'm going to be needing to be a bit well fueled for what's to come. And she pops out and she looks like nothing ever happened. Morning,
Here,
everybody.
My
If there's
headcanon
no-
specifically says she uses the vestige, which is the closest shiny thing, as she's using this thing as a pocket mirror.
Yes, the nuclear bomb is a pocket mirror. I was going to say that, you do have Captain Shiny on your team. You could just use Orange Shield as a mirror.
She
But
could,
listen-
but she's got to get ready. She's got that European aesthetic where she's gotta be well dressed before she gets out for breakfast. Coming down all done up. Oh, I'm starving. What do we got for breakfast?
We got everything, and it's all good. And their grits are so good. Of course, I like them a little lumpy. If you don't want them lumpy, well, you just put a little more butter in there, and they'll be just fine.
Lumpy sounds great to me. And you see her stack up this plate that is basically the same size as her head, full of food, and she is just.
Everybody is getting gains in this freaking
I
party.
will
What the-
also say you see Cass every time Grasha says the word grits, he just sort of like cringes a little bit at the thought of eating a thing called grits.
Oh, that's funny.
Rhea will get 5 off of that. Unfortunately, I blew 2 8s, so little bit
You
less
know,
of a roll, but it's something.
she'll be all right.
She is.
All right.
Drea is a temp HP factory. So
Yeah, I'm like, she'll be
Yeah,
okay. Perfect.
All right. So as everybody's having breakfast, I mean, obviously, I'm assuming people are going to take some time to eat. But are you guys conversing? Are you?
Oh no, she's like half got a mouthful. I think we should go to Asarius.
Orin is cringing
What?
so hard.
Sorry, what? Wake up!
And
Clearly.
Grosha's just waving her fork, little bits of grits flying to and from. And she says, "You go, girl. I love to see a woman with a good appetite."
Cass is dodging grits like Neo from the Matrix. It's like if he thinks a single grit touches his skin, he'll be turned back into a pumpkin or whatever.
Yeah, I think Ray will grab whatever like ale or whatever it is that's on the table, take a big swig of it, wipe her mouth off, and go, "Oh, Asarius. I think that's where we should head next."
Where? What? What is that?
We?
Going where?
We. Hi, we're a team, aren't we? We all had one shared hallucination. I think that means the gods thinks we're all a team.
I met you
Well, I'm
yesterday.
Oh,
And now we're taking a
on.
road trip?
We've been having
We
a
just
lot
got
of
these
fun.
dicks. They're going to put us up for a year and feed us.
Oh, that'd be quite
We
boring,
get
though,
to
wouldn't it?
We get to stay here for a year?
No, nobody wants that. Come on, life on the road. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, we
That's
most
why I'm so
can.
excited about staying here.
But why were you naming that place you said you wanted to go?
Well, I happen to have a friend in that other group there, and well, it seems that our fates might be intertwined at this point, and I just kind of got an inkling that they might be heading over to Asarius, so maybe we'll meet up with them there. Maybe, the next clue to the puzzle.
All
That
right.
said, when she says that, everybody roll me a history check.
Oh, boy. Can I roll mine with disadvantage?
If you'd like.
I think it makes sense. Come on.
That is crazy.
What a thing to say.
Listen, we just
Wow.
discussed that I have been here for like not that long.
I get it, but damn.
That's funny.
It's
Also,
for the
I-
RP.
I will say for Cass, this is immediate history, not like long history. So if that's your reasoning, then it's probably not quite.
Okay.
We're talking like last night levels of history.
Last night. Okay. All right. We'll roll flat. We'll take it flat. Jesus
Bonus
Christ.
Mom or Grasha with a -1 actually rolled a D20 or something. And got
That is
17.
a 20 plus 0 for 20.
We're nat 20.
Yeah, I got a nat 1, bro.
Oh my god. Incredible.
Yeah. The beauty of that really just is the fact that it so lines up to the players, like not just the characters, but it really just lined up to the players who may have missed things, but it's fine.
Yeah, just rub it in. As if I'm not having enough anxiety as it is. I'm sweating again, thanks.
So Grasha and Cass, when Rhea is talking specifically about where to go next for the next piece of the puzzle, it does kind of spark something in your memories of the vision that you all shared the night prior. You remember that individual specifically telling or asking you to go to the place where he prayed. And let me find the exact verbiage.
Oh, I think I have it written down.
Okay, I know I have it. I just need to get to it for.
Well, as nobody is surprised, I'm sure I have nothing written down.
Long ago, I prayed to the Changebringer in the heart of a temple of evil. I beg you, take my jewel, and he trailed off.
In the temple of what? Excuse me.
A
Temple of evil.
Of evil.
Yeah, here's the full thing that I have.
I'm sorry.
Is still missing things, but
Let's talk about that real quick. We want to follow this disembodied voice's plea to take the nuke to the Temple of Evil. I just
Yeah,
want to.
that's about right.
What's a nuke?
Yeah,
What's a
to be
nuke?
fair, I didn't
Actually,
say it in my
Cass doesn't
accent, so
even know
I
what a
thought it was
nuke is.
implied.
So.
I thought it was implied that was out of game, but okay, no, I got you.
I mean, if you're taking it out of game, the premise there also specifies he prayed to the Changebringer there, which, whether you know or not, is one of the prime good gods of Exandria.
If you pray to a good god in a bad place, does it make it a bad place anymore?
I have no idea.
Well, certainly one way to find out.
Yeah.
Well, there's no hurry here, right? We can enjoy the digs for a few days or maybe longer. Think about it.
What do you mean? Did you not see the man chained up out there? Poor guy's been rotting away for who knows how long. Suddenly his saviors come along and say, hold on a minute, I'm going to take some more wine.
Well, he's probably been there for hundreds of years. We don't know what another couple days is not gonna hurt him.
What if I were to tell you that my goddess's power is waning by the night? I see her fading into the darkness of the sky. I don't know if I'll be able to help you when she goes away.
Bravo. I love it.
But wouldn't that wait? How long is it going to take us to get there? Isn't that even more reason not to go when you're at your weakest?
But if we make our way on the road and when we get there, she'll be high in the sky again and my powers will have returned. Promise, the timing is going to be perfect. But only if we leave now.
You seem very eager. Is the word I'm going to choose here.
So you talking about that guy that we had that little like vision of last night when we were in trouble? And he was saying, "Come save me." That's what you're talking about.
I mean, that's certainly one part of it. He certainly seems to need some help.
Well, it was odd we had that dream. I mean, it did seem like it was really important to him. So you think we ought to go save him? But then you're talking about your goddess. That's a different thing, isn't it?
It is, but to be fair, the place where we saw that man was in a holy place of my goddess. So something tells me that, you know, I believe that he actually opened it up with Moonweaver, I beg you. So he seems to be praying to my goddess, which, to be fair, is none of y'all's business, and you don't need to be wrapped up in it. So I understand if you don't want to come along, but
So we was standing on holy ground.
I thought you were.
Well, I just don't think we got put to holy ground by any accident. And you and I are friends now. And well, ever
Right.
since I retired from taking care of the princess, I don't really have much of anything going on. You know, I just kind of I'm footloose and fancy free. That's what I am. So I'll go along with you. Besides which, I got a few things packed away, you know, in case
Oh.
of hard times.
You seem like a very practical woman. I knew it.
Well, if they're gonna give you all the food they got, well, you just might as well take it. You know, that's what you ought to do, because you just never know.
I don't know about you, but I need 11sies and second breakfasts.
Well, I just take what I can get, and then what I don't eat, I take with me. It works out real good. I'm rarely hungry. And you know what? I'm not happy when I get hungry.
Me neither. I think you and I are quite alike on this. Like your enthusiasm.
We're almost like related, right?
I,
And of course, this is a Goliath talking to a goblin gnome creature. They're
3
like
foot.
this. Yeah.
How tall is Grasha?
Oh, I don't know, 6'4", 6'8",
Okay,
7'2".
Yeah. So 4
That's
foot
a lot of
difference.
numbers.
I mean, yeah, I do feel like Goliaths are in the like 7+ range typically. So
That's
Yeah, it's like 6'12". It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it.
6'12".
6'12".
so 6'13", 6'14", something like that.
I'm just so glad that nobody said 6'7", honestly. And-
Oh,
Well.
God.
Yeah.
I'm sure I was headed that way.
Skibbity.
I'm
Okay.
just glad Ace said Marriott instead of Hilton.
Well, Dorian, what about you? What are your plans? I bet there'll be a couple of fine fellows on the road. Fine ladies,
Think we've
too.
been getting on just fine, wandering around, you and me, so I'll keep on following.
Here's my
I,
Dorian.
and I think Rosh is right. I think we we didn't end up there by accident.
Yeah, Cass, I think, turns and looks at Orin and just like heavily sighs and says, well, I mean, if we follow him, at least we know where that asshole is. So he's less likely to sneak up behind me if he's in front of me, right?
It's probably best for you that you got a cleric in your party, too. Seems like you've got a tendency to die.
No,
Or
I
at least
mean,
be wanting to be dead if you got the Raven Queen after you.
yeah.
I don't know. While I agree that it seems that this is the path we've been put on, I don't know how I feel purposely putting you in that man's way.
I mean, I think what I'm suggesting is we put him in my way.
We follow
Oh,
him. He can't follow us
little
no more.
manhunt.
I do want to remind you all that the other party seems to be very attached to this murderer. It's not as simple as just him being in our way. It's the entire other party seems to be in our way by proxy.
Yeah.
Well, you want me to just find him and smash him?
I'm not saying that idea doesn't have merit, but
Well,
that there lies the problem is that the entire other party would have to be smashed, it seems.
well, I
Something
tell you,
tells
one
me.
person in that party ain't gonna smash back, and that's the one that I know. So, and if they get on you, Cass, well, I'll just get on them, okay? I don't like it when people mess with my friends. You can count on me. You can count on Grosha. I'm good at protecting, and I will be honest, although I try to keep myself just as happy as I can. I'm good at bashing too,
I've
if it's
seen it.
called for.
Yeah. Listen, your concern makes a lot of sense, man. What I'm saying is, if we go off and wander off on our own, I mean, the reason we came back here is because some nonsense happened elsewhere. You know, people targeting me. I think if at least we don't know how many what's the word I'm looking for, agents of the Raven Queen or whoever are out there, but I guess what I'm saying is if we wander off on our own, there ain't no telling what direction he might come from. But if we have a sense of, you know, where he is, yeah, it makes sort of sense to keep tabs on him, doesn't it? Otherwise, we're just looking over our shoulder forever.
Oh, that makes sense. Don't misunderstand my intentions. I, of course, if someone's in need, I feel called to help as well. I just want to make sure we look at all the facts.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I don't give a shit about that guy we had a vision about at all. I don't care in one whit whether he lives or dies or stays up there or doesn't. I'm merely making, it's kind of funny. I guess Ren and I are on the opposite sides of what we really believe here in a way. Ren's the one that likes to help people. I'm sort of just along for the ride. But in this case, I think my own personal self interest might be tied up in all this.
I think
Well,
Ray is gonna. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if there's one thing I trust about your instincts, it's your sense of self-preservation. So I'm in.
Ray is gonna take out her little, collapsible step stool, whip it out, put it in between the two of you, hop on up, put one arm over Orin, one arm over Cass, and go. Look, I know we got off to a little bit of a rough start here, but all I can say is two things. If you've got yourself in trouble with the Raven Queen, I'm a cleric who happens to know a thing or two about the gods. I also happen to know how to bring somebody back from the dead. Or at least I've heard that it's possible at some point. So stick with me. Maybe you'll live a little bit longer than you might on your own. What do you say? On to adventure.
Should she roll a persuasion check?
I'm down. It's not gonna be good.
Well, I mean, in reality, that a game, I've already agreed. So, I mean, if you want to do that because it's funny, I'm in. But like, also, oh shit. Okay, I guess I'm really in now. You got away with words.
So I
At
think
least
that
the ones I
begs,
can understand. No.
I think this begs the important question now of if Ray is the one being that persuasive, there are two factors at play. You guys have had a vision that says take the necklace one place. Rhea is saying to take the necklace a different place.
Oh, and we're aware that those are two
Oh,
different places.
Okay.
I wasn't either.
I think anybody who is familiar-ish with the area would be somewhat aloof to this. I think Cass and Oren, having been around here before, would probably be pretty familiar with it. And I'm going to go so far as to say I think Rhea's probably got a pretty good idea of this, strictly from a religious perspective. So to fill the three of you in specifically, there is a town known as Bezozan, which has literally a spire in it, which during the calamity was this spire within Bezozan was I'm going to say castle to Princes of the Abyss, where they also housed several of the betrayer gods within this particular place. It is since like this, I'm going to say kind of archaeological dig site. It's actually a mining town, but it is literally known as a temple of evil. Like people refer to it as such around this general area of Zorhas, which is like the general peninsula that we're in.
Yeah.
So, quite literally, the two places in question, for those of you familiar with the geography, are opposite directions of each other.
That was going to be my follow-up question, actually.
And are they equidistant? Like, are they kind of an equal distant to get to?
Yes and no. So, what I can do for those of you, this is the
Oh, sweet.
overview map. We are in Jigao.
Oh, okay.
Bezozan is here, and Asarius is here.
Hmm.
You
Okay.
ping
Okay,
Jigao
wait,
again for me,
so-
please?
Is kind of up in the northern.
Okay.
Is this the Iflon river?
This river right here? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So,
Okay, so Jigao is where now?
Here.
Like here? Oh, right here.
Mhm.
in this general
Okay.
area, he said.
And then
And it was called-
Bezozan is you pinged over here?
Is it spelled like this? Bezozan? Bezozan?
Azzoxan.
Oh,
Fact.
I was Bezoxan.
Okay. And then this Asarius?
Is this port place.
Okay.
Yeah. And that one I have the spelling.
Okay, so this is Bezozan. Let's see.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're going to leave that one on the thing, you might want to make it a different color.
Yeah, I got you. And then Asarius. Okay.
Well, I think Rasha took her stand with Rhea, so she's, yeah,
Yeah, I guess it wasn't.
eating
Sorry, I'm
grits.
interrupting. Go ahead.
That was it. Grasha made her decision, and she's just finishing off all the breakfast she can shovel in.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wasn't clear to Pixel that Asarius and the Temple of Evil were different things until Ace pointed it out a little more.
Yeah. It wasn't even
Straightforwardly.
for Rhea. Well, it wasn't for stuff. Stuff for the
Yeah.
other ones,
So
but
where
stuff sticking
are
with
we going, Rhea?
Sarius. That's where the other group's going. I mean, I know we've got this Temple of Evil we need to get to and whatnot, but the way I see it is if we're able to maybe meet them down in Asarius, figure out whatever it is they're doing down there, and then we could have a bigger group come up and help in the Temple of Evil.
So, just another little bit of clarification for Bezozan here. is it a bad place? Like, is it an unfriendly territory or like?
No, so the territory itself is not. Um, so the city of Bezozan is okay. So the area around Bezozan is known as the Barbed Fields. And this is literally a place that was during the calamity, this was a war zone. And
Mhm.
so since then, it's left as like a wasteland. The vegetation is mostly dead, it is just barren. The things that thrive there are just like unruly, kind of like demon, like the things there that are just kind of vicious and what have you. But the people themselves are not. It is kind of like a military camp mining site where the Auroran Guard does patrol and protect the area. But within the city proper of Bezozan is a castle, for lack of a better term, called Betrayer's Rise.
Mhm.
And Betrayer's Rise is quite literally this I mean, unholy place where the betrayer gods held up in shelter quite literally during the calamity. This is where they
Mhm.
hid out. This is where them and the princes of the abyss quite literally sheltered themselves away while sending hordes of people to fight for them.
Okay. So I don't understand why we would go out of our way to follow them to Asarius. Is that how you say that?
I think
Yeah,
so.
what are they doing in Asarius?
Also, how do you know? Did that? Did y'all talk last night or something?
Oh, we converse, and I might have offered them my room, and in return, he let me know where they were heading.
Okay. Did he say what they were doing there?
I think that he said that he had a friend down there, and that might be able to help with some. Notice how he seemed to be getting tired after doing some magic. Uh, he really is quite a talented magician, wizard, man.
Hmm. And do
He
we
could be
think?
really quite a help to us if he was at full force.
Well, okay. Sorry to just keep asking you so many questions.
Oh, that's all
I
right.
guess we should decide what are our priorities here, gang. We've got. He sort of like looks around. We got an artifact that of immense power that we don't totally know what it does or whatever, right? We've got this vision, you know, telling us to go to one place that sounds horrible, frankly. Um, does not sound like a good time there. Um, do we need more information? Do we need allies? Do we need like
Allies, that's the word.
and also I get that maybe your goddess or whatever is like leading you to believe or interpret that our fates are bound up with theirs or whatever, but like I am a little leery of the idea of like straight up traveling with these folks. You know what I mean? Like that he stuck a knife in my back yesterday, and then that knife, what he looks at Orin like disappeared, and then he got all you know like his friends got all defensive about it when we tried to point out they were traveling with a dude that knifed me. So
I didn't seem to think that he had knifed you, though. That's what
yeah.
seems a bit strange. I think maybe we don't have the whole picture.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Just put yourself in my shoes or my hoof horse shoes for a second.
You can do
Okay.
that quite easily,
Yeah. Clack, clack, clack. Like, if you got stabbed by somebody yesterday, right?
I,
And then they were traveling with another group of people, and then someone you were traveling with was like, you know what we need to do is make friends with them and wander into a dangerous, evil place together. Like, you see where I'm coming from here, right?
not necessarily.
Okay, I don't trust him, and I think he's dangerous, and I don't want to go into a dangerous place and potentially have to rely on someone that I can't trust to keep me alive when they've tried to kill me.
I mean, I can understand that, but I mean, let's look at it this way. To be fair, he might have stabbed you, but we sure did put a wallopit on him right back. So maybe he considers the scales to be balanced.
I mean, maybe, or maybe he has a directive from the way that your God is like leading you to do stuff. Maybe his God or whatever's leading him to want to kill me. And I don't
Maybe
really
it's not
see
even
us
him at all.
negotiating our way around that.
All right, so tell me this. It seems to me, obviously, let's say I can understand where you're coming from. Are you saying that you want to go to this temple of great evil with this, artifact of unknown significance, possibly very detrimental to the whole world and all of history that ever existed ever, and we're just going to go there by ourselves with no context clues or anything? No friends?
If I may.
We have friends.
Is that what it sounded like I was suggesting?
If I could interject for a moment, I want you to know that I'm not disagreeing because I don't trust you or I don't want you to feel attacked. I just can't grasp. You're telling me that the place where we had this vision was a holy site for the Moonweaver. Yes. Does it not stand to reason by your own road of logic that that's where we're supposed to go then?
Sure, supposed to go. But I think the question is, how prepared do we feel for what might lie there?
Okay. Sure. But the other side of this coin is I'm not saying that I mistrust the entire party. Dermot, obviously, huge fan. Okay. He's like
I can
top
understand.
5 for me.
This fella
I'm
here.
sure that
I
Gal, or
understand.
however you say his name, is great. I'm sure Maggie has quirks. The Ganassi seems to be suitable people to travel with. I'm just saying that I do have to agree. It's no surprises there, I'm sure, with Mia that we're kind of begging for trouble, hanging out with somebody who wants him dead.
I want
What
to
would you propose?
interject. If I could just throw something in there. A few comments ago between Cass and Rhea, Grasha would have stopped eating grits and she would be watching them like a tennis match. And now she's watching and she's really engaged. Before she was eating breakfast, now she's actually listening. That's all I want to say.
I mean, look, I think it's probably a good idea to get more information about what's going on in this evil temple or whatever. Obviously, the calamity, whatever all that is, long time ago. We don't know how dangerous that stuff is. I'd imagine, anywhere a god is sending us a vision to go probably sucks. They probably, it's a bad place and they want stuff to get less bad there. I can get all that. I guess I'm just saying, like, what are we trying to accomplish? Like, we want to make them our allies. Is that the goal? In which case, sure, we can track them down and try and resolve this whole why he wants me dead thing. Are we trying? If he has, you said your contact has a friend there. What is this friend? Do we think this friend might be able to tell us more about the thing you've got? Do we even want to tell anybody about that?
From what I know about Gal, I have to say Gal is a man who seeks out knowledge and happens to know a lot of people who have knowledge. He is the most likely to be able to help us to find people who know answers to things. I obviously have some degree. I mean, I know some locations of people with information, the ability to get into temples. But I do think that from a twofold perspective, if Gal's got a contact down here in Asarius, it means that there's probably other people who could answer some of our questions that we have before we come running into Bizoxan. To be fair, I suppose another option we could do is I'm obviously allowed in the Moonweaver's temples, and if we wanted to try and find a temple of the Moonweaver, maybe they might have some more answers. I don't know if any of you else are religious or have gods that we'd be welcome in their temples to get answers, but I can tell you that Gal has got connections with some very intelligent people who know things that are of the arcane nature, and he was quite a hoarder of important information.
What makes you think he's going to share that with us? He's a hoarder.
Have you seen my smile?
I will
All right,
also
so
say, I also think it's possible that the people that live near this evil temple might know things about it as well. I ain't suggesting we go do that, but I am just laying it out on the table of options of like, we could go there and ask around and be like, yo, who here is, because also, people study stuff that they're interested in, right? It's possible that like whoever would know a lot about that thing is there studying it as we speak, you know.
Could be.
so
suppose.
about this place, why are we going there, or why do we want to go there? Is that the site he talked about praying to the Moonweaver?
He spoke of, and I don't know, Ace, if she knows anything beyond the fact that there is just this, the Tower of Betrayer's Rise.
Yep.
Yep. All I know for sure is that obviously surrounding the area is the wastes, these barbed fields that had been left as a wasteland and after the calamity. And at the center of it, you've got Betrayer's Rise, this temple. Obviously, the place where he prayed, it was of great evil. So it seems to be kind of ground zero for where all this went down, it would seem.
I will interject, and I think specifically to Rhea, I think this is the bit that would kind of catch you a little off guard. He, in that vision, you guys witness him actively praying to the Moonweaver at a site that you, at this point, believe to be sacred to the Moonweaver. But in his prayer, he asks you to take it to the place he first prayed to the Changebringer.
Oh, interesting.
But like again, this is all in an active prayer to the Moonweaver. So he is openly confessing to the Moonweaver that he has prayed to another god.
So,
And I'm guessing
hang on,
that's
let's
not a.
clarify, because that's not what I have written down, right? That quote has said, "Take me to the site where I first prayed to you," addressing the Moonweaver.
That's what I had, but I might have
Yeah,
written it
so
wrong. This could be wrong on my part.
it is. So I prayed to the Changebringer in the heart of a temple of Eve.
I do have, yeah, I said long
Right,
ago.
that's
I
a
prayed to
separate
the Changebringer.
sentence. That's two
I get
sentences
it.
after
Yeah,
the
so
one
I
I
can,
quoted.
I can pull the exact verbiage, but I do know that like within the context of that, he is openly confessing. He's basically praying to the Moonweaver to lead a group of people to the place he first prayed to the Changebringer, which is in
Gotcha.
a temple of Eve.
Okay, so the quote is wrong that we have pasted
Yeah,
in
that's
chat.
Yeah,
probably.
here, let me grab the exact one. I just got to go find
Look, I did my best, babe.
No, it's fine. I was
Okay.
just like confused because logically this was not aligning.
I think at this point, and this is just side note, I think Oren does stand up and start to pace.
I was just curious too to run a religion check for how much Rhea knows about the Changebringer, because I don't know much about them.
Also-
what are you looking to know?
They're a good god. I know that much, but like what would a person praying to the bringer be looking for typically? Like what's if somebody's going to pray to the moon weaver for, to be hidden or to have, some illusion or to have a lover's tryst, as like those sorts of general things are what the moon weaver has domain over.
So the Changebringer rules over domains of freedom, trade, travel, adventure, and luck are kind of like her things that she would kind of rule over. That said, it's also worth noting The Changebringer is, I'm going to say, kind of a wild card. The Changebringer is known amongst the Prime deities as the one who does just that, like legitimately wants to spark something. Again, being the god of adventure, wants to make something happen. So oftentimes that kind of leads to that beginning, what have you.
Okay.
Okay, now I want to interject something else if I can. On behalf of my chat and bonus mom right now, you all have me so confused. I don't know if I'm coming or going. So I need a recap of what it is. There's a choice. You got two things going here, and I need a recap of what those two things are in language that I can understand. So maybe not role playing language, maybe just what are we wrestling with here? Because it doesn't go anywhere if it's not clear and we don't understand what we're choosing.
So
Yeah.
who wants to take the lead on that?
I can help. So basically, we have two places that we're looking at. The first is Bezoxin or Bezazin. That is the place that has a temple of great evil of the Changebringer, or the place where the person we saw in that vision who is in chains, he prayed to the Changebringer there first. But we know that it's an area that is apparently a temple of great evil. It is surrounded by an area that was impacted by the calamity, in which a lot of bad gods did a lot of bad things. So the area itself isn't bad, but the history has some connotations to it. We were told to bring this to this area, which is kind of a question mark. One, why is he praying to multiple gods? So can he be trusted? If he's telling us to bring it there, should we trust this guy to do that? Then the other place that we're talking about going is Asarius, which is where I was told that Gal and his group are going to try and get some answers to things. I believe that Gal has, obviously, his group could be of help to us to some degree, with the caveat of the person who is trying to murder Pixel.
Casimir, not Pixel, but
Casimir,
yes.
sorry, not Pixel, sorry, Casimir. But that also, Gal happens to know a lot of things. He's like a big purveyor of information. And so I suspect that he might also be able to help us get some information about that. The third option that I had also presented was if we just go and search out our own information somewhere. Like, my thought was going to temples of either the Changebringer or of the Moonweaver to see if folks there might have information about the history of this.
Okay.
So those are the options.
Then hearing all of that, Grasha, who has has tuned in, was going with, hey, I want to go wherever Rhea goes. But after it got to be this kind of conversation and the grits were either gone or discarded in Kaz's general direction, then Grasha's ready to say something, and she leans forward and says, well, I've been listening to what y'all have been saying, and is it okay if I do this now, or was somebody in the midst of something else?
No,
Because
go ahead.
Grasha's gonna say something when her turn comes.
No, go ahead. I think.
Okay. She says, well, I've been listening to what you've been saying, and Miss Rhea, you're now my good friend, and we're like sisters, and I love it. I think we might even start to look a little bit alike. But anyway, but the thing about this is, I hear what you're saying, and I know you're saying we need people to help us, and we got to go over here. Well, I can tell you, Maggie ain't gonna do much shit, cause she's a running awayest person, has been all her life, and no matter what she looks like she can do, she ain't gonna do nothing. And then there's another member of that group what put the evil on our new friend here, what we like and respect. And if anybody gets on him, I'm gonna get on them, okay? But if your goddess pulled us into a vision and she put us in the place looking at that guy because she wanted us to solve it, well, those other people were there. They were in the very same place, and she didn't pull them in there, and she didn't say, now you listen to them and whatever. So I don't exactly understand what you think it is that they can give us that the goddess wouldn't have already said if they can tell us that we going to get them together. So I'm starting to feel a little bit hesitant about what it was you wanted to do. And I'm beginning to think maybe your other option, I think you mentioned it briefly, of trying to find out more before we make a decision. And meanwhile, we could have another meal or two and maybe sleep in that big bed again. I kind of think that's what I want to change my vote to in just the nicest and most friendliest kind of way, if that be okay.
I think Ray is going to look to the rest of the group at this point. She's done a lot of talking.
So what y'all thinking?
I mean, Kaz has things to say, but he also did a lot of talking, so he's happy for either Dorian or Orin to say more if they want before he jumps in again.
I'm muted. Don't worry about it. Oren continues to pace, and this is how he's processing the information. So if people have something to say, it's fine.
Okay, if no one's gonna jump in, Cass is.
Yeah.
I think Cass also says, yeah, I do think there's a thing here in my mind as well, and truly no shade intended here, Rhea. We know that your goddess seemingly led you to the grotto one way or another to have that vision. What we don't quite yet understand is whether her intention might be for us to assist in freeing that individual or stop him from being freed. If he's crying out for help, but maybe there's some real important reason why he needs to stay right where he is or something, or maybe he did a bunch of bad. I don't know, nothing about none of this, but maybe I'm seconding what Grasha said here of like, maybe we should check out the temple to see if you can get more information about what she might have intended for us to do in response to that. How, before we, and maybe the folks in the Asarius can help with that or something. But yeah, I think maybe before I'm not suggesting we charge off to Bezazan, and roll up in there on our lonesome. I think maybe we do need more, information. I think we just, for my sake, I hope we can be real careful around that other group. Just given what that, I forget his name, human, did. Because I also agree with the rest of you. I don't think that all of them, it didn't seem like they all thought he would do something like that, but it also seems to us like he did. So I just feel like we got to be careful.
I agree. I do think that it's
Do we
possible
even know they've actually gone? Did they tell you that they headed out?
I believe they're heading there. If they haven't already, they certainly will be soon.
Any of us got any way of sending any messages? I don't much want to talk to Maggie, but I will if you want me to. But I don't have any way to send any old messages to her to find out. We might be able to go back to that big funny building and ask them if they were there and then say, well, do you know where they went? And then we could even say, just being kind of chatty and friendly, like we could say, well, why were they going there? Because some of those guards were pretty nice. And if I stood pretty tall and looked at them, they might tell us. But that's just a suggestion.
Do I have any idea if they actually did stay the night in the room last night or if they stayed wherever they were staying?
Yeah, so I think as the morning presses on while you guys are sitting downstairs talking, I do think after a while, tentatively, he at the door there, Dermot is the one who actually comes in, and he looks kind of real, not sketched out, but kind of nervous, like he doesn't belong here, like this isn't something he should be doing. And I do think anybody who is, actively paying attention and not thoroughly invested in the conversation, might notice that he would go and kind of talk to one of the people who work there. He pulls out just like a little knapsack or what have you, as he starts to grab just like, kind of like some simple foods, some rolls, muffins kind of thing, like things he could easily transport. And you notice he's kind of by himself, but like waiting at the door. You guys do see the Genasi. She's kind of there at the door, clearly they're not like in any rush. And in fact, looking at the two of them certainly doesn't seem like they're even packed up in any condition to do any traveling. But like clearly he's just going to kind of collect some food and is seemingly just packing it up. Like not like, he's going to keep it for a while, but to like then take to share with people kind of thing.
Grasha would like to roll to see if she noticed him because she was kind of paying attention to the conversation, when she finally zoned
Yeah.
in. But anybody starts moving around food, I think she notices. So can I do some kind of a check?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a perception check.
Perception. Okay. Ew. Well, I rolled a 15.
Yeah, I think with a 15, just any general movement, like you can be looking around and still be invested in a conversation. I don't think you're that absorbed that you don't notice him. But I do think the part that kind of catches you guys is like even Dermot, who yesterday kind of had some kind of rickety metal armor on. Like now he's not, right? Like he just kind of has like a typical undershirt and some slacks. Like it's nothing. He is not in any position that he's prepared for a fight or anything like he was the day prior.
Did anybody else see him or is making eye contact with Grasha for any reason when she sees them?
Rhea would have
Yeah, Reyes
been
on.
paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Grasha and Rhea meet eyes, and Grasha's going to do one of those numbers, like, look who's
Oh,
here.
perfect.
Okay.
There they
I'm not
are.
going to say anything. She probably has her mouth full of food, but, or she just stopped saying her big long spiel. If that's when she saw him, she's still, pointing it out to Rhea.
We can go ask them ourselves, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think they're in a serious.
Yeah, I am actually quite surprised. Doesn't look like they are looking to head on the road. I think Rhea's gonna pop on over to Dermot. Hey, Dermot! Lovely to see you again. The breakfast is really good. I hope you enjoy what you're taking.
He's actually like a little taken aback. He's like, yeah, no, thank you. When Gal told us that we could stay here, we honestly didn't. Well, it's not that we didn't believe you. It just we didn't think they would let us in. But we thought we would try it just to at least get some food. Yeah, they said that you told them it was okay. So we were just going to get some breakfast and head out. We didn't want to make a scene or anything. So
Oh, but you couldn't have swung by and said bye before you go. Tell me, where are you headed next?
we were just, I mean, we were going to go back, hang out and wait. Really, the members of the Luxon are, letting us stay there for a while, and we're just kind of waiting for Ao to get some strength back. Well, she's still pretty worn down, and everything they tried didn't quite work the way they had hoped. So, we're just kind of hoping something comes of it, I guess.
And is Gal with you all, perchance?
Kind of furrows his brow a little bit and goes, actually, he's not. We woke up this morning and he and Irvin were gone. They left us a note, said they would be back in a couple weeks. So we didn't really want to abandon them. So we thought we would just kind of stay, here for the most part. Last night we talked a little bit. He kind of like takes a second to look around. We're talking some kind of crazy thing about somebody told them they need to go to some something or another. I gotta be honest, I don't know what they were talking about, but I don't know.
Was it something in Asarius?
Kind of like really froze his brow. Sorry, yes. I don't think anybody's brought that up since we've been here. I've been there a couple times, but
Oh,
I mean, why? Are you that where you guys are heading?
maybe. We're debating a couple of options at this point. I think to be fair, the group's a little bit concerned about your friend Irvin and, the fact that he stabbed one of our friends. So that's making them a little bit tepid on the idea of going to meet up with the group.
He kind of shrugs a little bit. He goes, "Look, I got to be honest. I wish I knew more. I'm not saying I don't believe you guys that he did it. I'm not saying that I even believe that he did do it. But I don't know. We all come from somewhere. Everybody's got reasons they do things and backgrounds, and I don't know. I like to believe that everybody has good in them somewhere, right? You can't condemn someone just because somebody said they did something. Everybody deserves a chance. Well, until I hear it from him, I can't believe he actually did it. No, and I don't mean that as any kind of way against you guys. You guys have done us more of a kindness than you can even imagine. And I think he kind of looks over your shoulder and specifically looks at Cass for a moment, like clearly he put the pieces together after the fact. But then looking back, he goes, and again, I don't mean anything against you guys about it, but it's hard for me to believe that do something like that. Like, yeah, he's got some connections and some dark alleys and things he doesn't talk about, but to think he would just murder somebody, no, it's really hard for me to believe.
I agree with you. I really do. And even if he's mixed up in something, I do think everybody deserves forgiveness, the opportunity to make amends for it. I must say, though, I hope it really wasn't him the other day. It would rather complicate things. For now, it certainly has. But I suppose it seems that it's just Irvin and Gal who've gone off. Gods. Cass is. Jeez.
And
Dorian had
I think
followed Rhea up, so he yeah, so why did they leave? They said they had a thought about going somewhere because somebody told them. Was that related to a vision, perhaps?
kind of shrugs. He goes, to be honest with you, I don't know why the two of them left. I, I mean, look, if I'm going to be real honest with you guys, and again, he kind of looks around to make sure nobody else is immediately around. He goes, you guys have been good to me, and I can't deny that. Gal and Irvin, mm, sometimes they make some less than savory deals. Some people that probably acquired some things from places that probably not on the most up and up. Um, they try not to involve me. It's not really something that I can sanction, if you will. But again, everybody's kind of got their own business, and everything they've ever done is, they kind of keep it to themselves and what have you. So, look, we don't control anybody. It's not like we're keeping anyone on a leash. They decided to go do something, and we figure we'll just wait and see what comes of it. They figured a few weeks or so to get there and back wherever it is they went. And he looks to Rhea, and again, like a little confused why you brought up like a specific place. And he goes, but the only thing that I really know is last night when we were sitting around having some dinner. Well, I guess it was early this morning, but they had brought us some sandwiches, and we were sitting there kind of talking, and everyone else was talking about they had some, I don't know, dream, some vision. I didn't really understand what they were talking about. And, maybe it was the lack of oxygen. Maybe it was them passing out, but it was weird because everybody seemed to have the exact same recollection of what happened, but like all I remember is the panic of seeing everyone's lifeless bodies there as I was trying to pull everyone out of the water. I don't, but they were talking about somebody talking about going to some old temple or something. I don't know. We've kind of tabled it, and we're going to talk more about it today, but then when we woke up, the others were gone, and it's not like Ao's really in any great condition to travel, so we kind of just decided to gonna rest for a while.
Did they have anything with them that they took from the temple?
Kind of thinks about it. He goes, "Oh, I mean, not that I know of. Not that I really saw. I mean, when we woke up, Irvin and Gal's stuff was with them, so I'm assuming they took whatever they had, but I mean, they didn't specifically say they took anything from the temple."
And Dorian will look over at Rhea and say, "You have the jewel thing?"
Ray's eyes are gonna get a little bit big and say, "I."
Hmm. Why are they in such a hurry to go somewhere if the vision said, take the jewel to the temple?
I know Gal. He's looking for a way to help Ao.
Doesn't sound like what Dermot just said. Unless I missed something.
And Dermot kind of like interjects with you guys right there, and he goes, "Truthfully, I don't know what they did. Last night, all four of them were talking about some temple, and then this morning, Irvin and Gal were gone. I hope that's not where they went by themselves, but
Hmm.
again, if I'm being real honest, it's not the first time the two of them have snuck off to talk to somebody that I didn't really want to be associated with for fear of ending up in jail to come back with something else. So, I don't know.
And is this temple, this isn't the one that we're talking about from Bezazan, is it?
Kind of like his head lowers a little bit, and he goes, I'll be honest, when they said evil temple last night, that was the first thing I thought of, but again, with everyone's condition and AO being hurt, I wasn't going to really draw attention to it last night. Again, I don't even know what fever dream they had that brought all this on. Like, what are the
We
odds
all
that
had it.
wait, you guys had it too?
We did. All five of us. So that makes a total of 9. My math's right.
You see his shoulders actually drop a little defeated. And I think you like almost instinctively you see his hand reach to the crest that's around his neck. And you ever feel like praying to somebody who doesn't listen? Like maybe they're not actually there. Thing you're trying
No,
is for nothing.
I'm sorry. I do feel the moon weaver with me at all times. But I can imagine how lonely that must feel.
Kind of takes a deep breath and then nods. He goes, just what are the odds that 9 other people have some kind of vision? The one who prays every day doesn't. Maybe
Maybe it's a
I
sign.
maybe it's a sign I did something wrong.
No. I mean, to be fair, in this vision, it seemed as though a man who prayed to more than one god certainly didn't, things didn't turn out quite right for him. So maybe it's a sign that your god knows that you want to be shielded from all this, or I don't know.
And who do you pray to, Dermot?
Pray to the Luxon. Guess not really what some would call traditional, but I don't know. Thought of people getting to live forever in some capacity is kind of comforting to me. Never never really truly lose someone. They get to change. They get to have another try. It's, something about it kind of sleep a little better at night.
That definitely sounds comforting.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I think as the only Luxon worshiper, you were the only one that didn't see a vision tied to the other gods. I don't, maybe there's not much more to read into it than that.
Was the Luxon around at the time of the calamity?
I mean, there's always been worshippers, I guess. There's always been people who followed the Luxon, but
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. The stories, I guess, would say yes, but I wasn't there. I guess I don't know.
Darn it. I was really hoping you were.
See, I mean, it's
That's a
like
joke.
he kind of like heard you and like, but like you see him just kind of looking down and like rubbing his thumb over this pendant that's on his neck, and like you can tell at this point. I think anybody who just take looks at him, his faith is definitely wavered.
I'll be honest, I don't know too much about this Luxon that you follow, but I can tell you that there have certainly been times in my life where I did feel abandoned. It'll come back. You'll see. Don't lose faith.
Kind of nods. Well, I don't know. It's just after last night when, well, after last night when everybody tried, still couldn't do anything to help Ao. Kind of felt like, I don't know, maybe it's all just smoke and mirrors, you know?
Sometimes the gods have their own desires, even if you don't feel like it's best for one person. They have a plan. I have faith. I truly do. We'll find a way through this for Ao. I have to believe that.
Takes a deep sigh and nods. Yeah, you know what? You're right. At the very least, I gotta have faith for her. We'll figure it out. I don't know how yet, but we'll find something to fix this. She won't be like this for long.
I
I hope not. And Dorian will turn to Io, see how you doing? Any better?
She kind of shrugs. You can tell that like she's kind of like leaned up against the door at this point. And I think the visually by the way she's leaned up against it, you do get the idea that she's just weak, like like very much taken out of her, very much struggling. Kind of has her arm in like a makeshift sling at this point, to kind of help support it and what have you. She kind of shrugs. She goes, you know me, 100%. Nothing's gonna slow me down.
Sounds
Dorian,
like you.
I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Would you mind helping me back just to lie down?
Sure.
Dermot, uh,
Yeah,
Io,
let's do
it's
that.
lovely to see you all. I Please do keep in touch. Uh, I don't know how we communicate in these parts here when we're on the road, but I don't think this is the last time our paths will cross. I sure hope they won't. It won't be the last.
He nods and actually kind of like reaches out and kind of like pats you on the shoulder a little bit. He goes, I truthfully, I hope you feel better, and I do hope to see all of you again. Seriously,
Thank,
take care of yourselves. And
thank
he
You
you.
he
too.
kind of turns and walks back to Ao and like despite the height difference, like does his best to kind of support her and like help her walk out of the building and what have you.
All right, I'm gonna try to stop them before they go and just say, hey, we are probably hitting the road. We got some really nice rooms, so definitely make use of them while we're out of here. Maybe even while we're here. Um, yeah, if you need a bath, Grasha, that's really good.
Kind of turns and chuckles. He goes, when we got the offer last night, we're a little suspicious. Didn't think they would let us in, but he kind of turns and looks at Ao for a second before turning back around and go, maybe we'll pack up our things if you guys really don't mind. That would be nice to have a comfortable place to stay. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. And the food's great. Saw you grabbing biscuits, but you should really order something bigger.
Nods. He
there.
goes,
Hey there, before y'all go, where's Maggie?
well, she was hanging out. She kind of looks down and then looks back up at Grasha. Goes, I'm just gonna be honest. She was nervous. She said she was worried about bumping into you here, and
Listen, you tell her get her cell phone over here, 'cause if she comes over here, she'll carry your friend Io. And if you want me to, if you got to go back and get stuff, I'll take Io, because if one thing I can do is pick you up and carry you around, and Maggie can do that too. But hey, Maggie and I probably need to talk. You tell her that.
he nods. And I think even as you mention it, Io like forcibly like stands herself up like she doesn't need the help. Like she's like totally self-supporting at this point. Like despite visually like actually needing it, but like she's gonna deny it. He kind of Dermot kind of nods. He goes, you know what? I'll let her know that you said so.
Yeah, she better come on, and we better have ourselves a little chat. Old friends, kind of, like burying the hatchet and hopefully not in each other.
He kind of chuckles. Listen, I'll do my best. I think at the very least I can convince her to have a conversation. I'll let her know.
I'll look forward to it. And you know what? The grits are great. I don't think they have them for lunch. I think it's pretty much breakfast, but they're really good, and you need a lot of butter. Okay.
He kind of chuckles. He goes, I appreciate it. As the two of them kind of slowly start to make their way out. And again, like Ao's very defiantly trying to resist as she like forcibly stands up straight just until they get around the corner until she immediately leans over on him again.
I think Ray is going to come back and sit down at the table and try and see if she can corral everybody else back to the table and shoo away the looky-loos at Cass's revolver performance.
Just in case anyone hasn't noticed, in the background of this whole scene has been sort of like a whole deal playing out with Cass. When they first started talking, he's just like cleaning and oiling his revolver, and then he's like spinning the chamber and making sure it's all good to go. Eventually, he starts like spinning it around. By the time they're leaving, a small crowd has gathered to watch him flip his revolvers. But his hand does slip when Grasha says grits, and they sort of disperse at that point.
Before we take off into what happens afterwards, it has been a couple hours. We're about halfway. Do we want to take like 5 minutes or so and everybody can
Sounds
do
good
what
to
we
me.
need to do and we'll come back?
Yep. It's good.
All right, gang. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Hang out.
And
we will see you
chat, I'll
shortly.
be back if a couple of my mods will keep an eye on things and answer questions. Bonus Mom does need a bio
Okay.
break.
I actually took one already, so I'll talk to chat.
Thank you, Pixel.
Okay. Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Let me sing a song And welcome back, everybody. Some of you may have already been back. But here we are. We're back. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to jump back into it.
So Rhea, I set you all down. All right, I'll be honest. I didn't really want to wrap you all into this if I didn't need to, but the truth is, I'm a bit worried at this point, hearing that not only has Gal gone off with Irvin, but that apparently the people he's meeting with are not necessarily to be trusted. Tell me, how much do you all happen to know about Dunamancy?
Is that like making deserts?
No, not at all.
Okay, then nothing.
Let's
Okay.
is
That's underground.
I don't think that Grasha has a clue. What would she roll?
Probably like I'm gonna guess like an arcane check, or yeah, I feel like Arcana would probably be the most accurate.
I am guessing that she doesn't know much. She rolled an 11.
Yeah, I feel like with an 11, you kind of gather that Mancy is usually something that kind of follows some kind of magic, but like aside from that, what it specifically involves, probably not a whole lot.
It's one of those rediscovered magics, right?
Aye, that it is. Oh,
Are those calamity area things that just
aye. Prior to that, indeed, before the downfall. It is an ancient technology of magic for sure. There's a couple of things to it, but well, gods, I hope he's not mad at me for telling you this. I think he wants to turn back time to undo everything that's happened leading up to Io getting hurt.
Does he want to find a way? I'm
I
sorry.
think he wants to find a way.
I'm sorry.
I knew it was going to be one of those nights
I'm
the
so
minute we
sorry.
even started.
I could turn back.
I'm just gonna mute. You go on your tirade. I'm a mute. That's
I
fine.
could find my way.
Here's the problem, though. I don't think he's telling anybody, and he doesn't want people to know because the truth is, magic at that level is very dangerous. That's why I wanted to go see him, to try and talk him out of it.
He seems important to you.
Well, not only is he important to me, but I got to be honest. Sometimes I worry about how far he's willing to go with magic. And especially if he's talking about turning back enough time such that everything leading up to Io getting hurt didn't happen.
You think that's the only reason that he would want to employ the Dunamancy then? It's just to reverse that particular moment.
I'll be honest with Gal. It's hard to know exactly what he's thinking at any point in time. But I do want to believe that in this case, there's not an ulterior motive. Irvin, I can't say why he would want to be involved with all this.
that seems like insanely powerful magic. What are the chances he has any chance at all of making that happen?
If I know Gal, he'll kill himself trying to do it rather than admit defeat.
I mean, he was worn out from using the magic he had when we saw him last. He doesn't seem that powerful.
Well, I think there's reason to believe that there are quite powerful mages in this world. And there's reason to believe that he might know some of them.
I don't claim to be very smart when it comes to specific things. The gods being one of them. I can admit that as a person, I'm not familiar with much. I also can't claim to know much about this artifact that we have. I hate to ask. You do still have it, yes.
I do.
Could I
Fair
see it,
question. I
please?
asked the same.
Could we see it, please? I don't want to seem like I don't trust you. It just seems very important that we know where it is.
Oh, yes, I think I left it on my bed. Or,
You left the incredibly
no,
powerful
hold on.
artifact on your bed.
Oh, maybe it was in my pockets here. And she starts patting down her pockets and, oh, just kidding. She pulls it out.
Oh, gods, woman! Oh,
Cass sets his revolver back down on the table.
Oh, I'm glad I ordered the endless mimosas.
I think Oren actually sits down from pacing. That gave him so much. Okay, excellent. It just occurred to me, to be, quite honest, that if they're attempting to do some very powerful magic, I don't know what this thing does. Again, I'm the kind of person that will admit when they don't know jack about shit, so to say. But it does stand to reason that keeping this as far away from Irving and Gal, I don't know how to say that in that accent, I'm gonna be super honest with you. Is probably paramount. I don't know that it can help them with whatever they're trying to do, but obviously I don't want Irving to have it because he's kind of a twat. But I
Here's the
don't
problem.
want-
If he's successful in turning back time, Irvin very well could, in fact, get his hands on it. Think about
Right.
it.
Sure.
If we can go there and persuade him away from this course of action, that might be the safer bet.
But the dude in the vision said just bring this to the place. That's all we got to do. Why do we need to go track down Irvin?
I suppose, again, you have to assume that they aren't able to turn back time before we get to this temple and deliver unto who knows what, whatever it is they wish.
I mean, I ain't exactly an expert on time, but does it kind of not matter when, like, you say if they can do it before we get there? Actually, I don't know that that matters. Even if we got there afterwards, if they still have some ability to turn back time, like it could be 1,000 years from now on his elvish deathbed, he just turns back time and undoes all of this.
We're gonna get into the deep fundamentals of time travel at this
Oh,
point.
gods, help us now.
I'm just saying so that's the first thing is I don't know that I don't know that us successfully getting it where it's supposed to go will make that not be possible for them to undo it or something, But two, this is more like unrelated but slightly interrelated is I much fancy our chances against Irvin without the rest of his crew. So I do think that decreases the sort of danger of following these folks if their whole, squad isn't squatted up. If they
I
split the
did have
party,
a similar thought.
that does sort of ease my worry on that front.
Also,
Not that I'm
kind of
saying
depends
anything's
on-
necessarily going to happen. I'm just sort of saying it's slightly less scary if there's if it seems like we have numbers if things get bad or weird.
Rhea, are there any other reasons you want to track that group?
I'm truly just nervous about what ramifications his choices are going to have, not only for him, but for a larger picture. If what we're involved in is as serious as we all think it is, we've got to talk him out of it. Meddling with time is a serious thing.
Well, I agree, but it's a whole bunch of magic that a whole bunch of people are interested in. So are you suggesting we start a guild to hunt down all the wizards trying to use this and make sure they can't use it? Because stopping him's not going to do anything if there are 1,000 other wizards trying to do the same thing.
That does actually, if I could ask another question, how do you know that that's what he's interested in? And how is that relevant as a, well, it's relevant in the way that we don't want them to get their hands on the artifact, but I'm a little confused as to how you know that that's, with the current situation being what it is, how is the Dunamancy related to it?
Because he told me. In the same note that he told me where he's going and that he didn't want anybody to know. And so in telling you all, I'm betraying his trust. Going out on a limb to let you understand. Listen, when I met him, he was on a research mission in a place related to Aor, which is a place of great power for Dunamancy and all the related arts of that. And when he got wind of something compelling magically, he had no problem leaving me behind. He can be one-tracked in his thinking. And as much as I care for him, and obviously want to see him safe through all this, I'm also concerned about whatever collateral damage could be the fallout of messing with time and space, especially as it relates to an artifact of a vestige, as it were, the gods, and perhaps unchaining someone from who knows where in the place of great evil.
Oh,
Maybe we should put him down.
Okay, well, let's not jump to such drastic conclusions here now. I did say he's my friend, all right. I might have been in love with him at one point, for heaven's sake. Give the man a break. Maybe we'll try talking to him first.
Yeah, we need a backup plan.
I do think it's worth mentioning that my vote has officially changed. I think we should follow them as well. If what you say is true, and honestly, for the most part, you've not given me any reason to not trust you, although you are quite mysterious at some points, that's fine. We all can have those moments, of course.
A near heart attack.
I could
That's
live
just
without
another way
another one of
fun.
those, for sure.
Oh, okay.
I think we should follow them. But I want to make it perfectly clear that if it comes down to, yes, I think we should speak. Words are the first step, for sure. But if we discover that he's on a path of destruction that will affect not only himself but the rest of the world, I need to know that you're going to be willing to do what needs to be done.
I can promise you that if you all promise me that you would let me be the one to do it if it came to it. Give me the chance to get through to him. I think he respects me. I think he truly does. And I'd like to believe that he could see reason. But I will do it if I must.
I can agree to those terms personally. I can't speak for everyone here. And actually, what I think, if, not that I have any sort of power here, I think we should vote. That's the only thing that is fair. But I can agree to that deal if you can agree that if Irving steps out of place, that I will take 0 chances when it comes to Mia. He will fall at the edge of my sword, and that's it. That's the only outcome that I can accept. If he threatens me again.
Have you ever realized that sometimes there's a disguised self spell that somebody could be looking like him and not really be him? I mean, do we want to have some sort of a test to figure out if it really is Irvin or someone else before we murder him? I mean, I know it seems a little silly while you're getting shanked to be like, hello, is your name really Irvin or are you someone else? But I don't know. Maybe some way.
Okay. I just it's.
But why would someone happen to pick that particular person to imitate when
Look, I'm not
stabbing
here to
someone
answer all the world questions. I'm
unless
just
they
saying.
meant that unless they meant to fail?
Here's the thing. I don't understand why you're so hung up on it wasn't Irving.
Because I want to believe that people can change.
I can agree that maybe Irving feels that he's doing the thing that he's supposed to do. That means nothing to me. I need you to understand. The only thing that matters to me in this quest adventure that we're about to go on is that Mia stays safe. And I will kill Irving if that is what I have to be done. If he attacks Mia, I will attack him back. That is how that works. There's no reasoning, there's no discussion. I will agree to your terms that if Gal is to be taken out, you have that right. You can be the one in control of that. If you can agree that if Irving steps out of line and threatens me again, that he has to go.
I do also just want to point out that even in the scenario where it is someone else disguising themselves, the point at which they're threatening and or attacking me, it's like, if you kill them, it will reveal that magic, probably. Either way, they were in the process of doing the thing for which the death is the consequence. So even if it wasn't him, that consequence is falling on whoever that person is. You know what I mean?
Rick, I was speaking to the point of, we happen to see Irvin and you go, hey, I think that you're the one who shanked me, and you go up and you shank him. Now, if we're talking about an active confrontation in which he's actively, stabbing you, for sure, go ahead and stab him back.
To be fair, that is kind of specifically what I said. I said that if he threatens me again...
The second part you got to it. I got it now. It was an important part clarification.
Yes, I'm also not in the business of. Yes, I'm not in the business of just murdering people in cold blood. That's not who I am. But if he threatens him, he will die.
I like to think that's the case. To be fair, I've known you just as long as you've known me.
Dorian's face turns into Irving's, and he starts stabbing with a butter knife just into the air in front of him.
Well, we're getting fancy now. Well, is it time for me to vote? I think I like voting. I think that's a very fair way to handle this. And having listened to what everybody says, I'm willing to go follow them too, although I'm a little fancy and butsy about the whole they gonna turn time around and change the history of everything. But I will tell you this, I'm friendly and I like everybody, and I particularly like the food in this place, and I'd kind of like to stay and eat it all. But it's okay, I'm willing to go. But I will tell you this, somebody messes with my friends, I get mad and I act. So my vote is, yeah, I'm going, and I'm adding to it. If anybody gets on any of mine, I'm getting on them, okay? And I'm not going to stop to look at anybody else and see if they're okay with me doing it. I'm just going to bash them. And that's Grasha, and that's who you get.
I respect that a lot. I just, for clarification, just so I think you do understand, but just so that it's out in the open, the vote is to follow Irving and Gal, find out what they're up to, and along the way, I do think that we should gather information not only about the artifact. It seems like we need to know more about the Dunamans. We should learn as much as we can about everything that we're staring down the barrel, as it were.
Well, I'm going to ask Maggie about every darn thing. She's known since the beginning of time, and she's probably going to tell me.
It might be best if we keep it with just us about this artifact we have, in case it is dangerous. I don't want to put a target on our back.
I totally agree, but we should gather information on
I agree.
them as in general as it could.
Completely agree.
And I do also want to say, with regards to Irvin, that if we can get more information about why it is that he allegedly did whatever he did, that is helpful, because sure, if we take him out, we've taken out that threat, but it would be good to know if he's doing that as a result of some other thing that might come up again later. You know, it's like if he ain't the only one with those orders or whatever it is, you know, it would probably be
think
good
that's
to
up
know
to
that.
you.
So to know if he's doing it on orders or what or why, or if it wasn't even, you know, just obviously if he attacks, we're going to respond to that. But, you know, I ain't going down there like, ooh, yeah, let's just kill him as soon as we see him. Cause, you know, that's actually dumb. We need the information about like why this is happening if we want any hope of making it stop.
Listen,
I do totally agree with that as well. I want to be clear. I don't want to murder this man either. But if I have to choose between the two, my choice is very
So,
incredibly easy.
Casimir, is that your vote too? We follow him and get the information.
Yeah.
And what about Mr. Dorian?
Yeah, I'm on board. Let's do it.
All right, then I think we ought to get a little something to eat before we go tearing out of here. And I would kind of like to go by that fancy building and see if I can talk to Maggie for a minute, because it sounds like I need to do that. So maybe we want to take a rest of today and go in the morning. We could do that too. But
Yeah, we
we'd
should
be
probably
further behind them.
grab some supplies before we hit the road.
Absolutely. I'd like to stock up on potions as well. And just go ahead.
Do we know, is this a river that you can navigate by boat?
I mean, yes, but I do believe it's going opposite.
Oh, other way. Got it. Oh,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Just for clarification, Dermot, from what I gathered from your conversation with him, didn't know where they were going, but he did say in his letter to you that Osarius was their destination. Yes.
Correct. They have a contact. Sorry, I just went to tab. Correct. Correct. They have a contact there.
Incredible,
I
actually.
was doing so well.
Now you all know my struggle.
Okay, yeah. So the plan, as it were, gather supplies. Well, obviously, this will be our rendezvous, and maybe head out in the morning then.
Well,
Excellent.
that sounds real good. We got another night in that great big bed with all that food. I am going to tell y'all, if you're getting supplies to go, the grits aren't going to travel very well. Take it from me.
I'm going to just out of game really quick. I'm going to turn my noise gate down a little bit. Somebody says that I'm kind of going in and out. Let me know if you guys hear, if you're hearing that fade out. Let me know. But also, I'm going to try to turn the gate down. If you hear a bunch of background noise, let me know.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Okay. Also, maybe if I, would put my face on the mic, we wouldn't have that issue.
We'll get right up in there.
Oh yeah.
All right. So sounds like we've kind of come to a consensus on a plan. What's everyone individually?
Yeah. I mean, so I do think that we're gonna need some health potions. So I'm hoping to get a steal on some since we're the champions. That would be great.
We are the champions.
I have a slight question.
Sure.
I was watching back through the episodes. Okay, when how do I put this? We saw in the grotto that Ao
Plucked
tried to
from the
use
grotto?
magic.
I'm so sorry.
Ao
I'm so
tried to
sorry.
use magic on the shark and it didn't work. And then while Ao was wounded, we fed her, or we threw her a health potion, which she drank, which from listening back to the narration, her wound did begin to close a little bit. And then later, when people were trying to use magic to fix the rest of what she had going on, that was not effective. Also, we attempted to test this hypothesis about what types of magic were and weren't working on people who maybe had this corruption stuff going on, at which time Rhea cast a healing word or something onto Cass, which also didn't work. Just to clarify, based on that recollection, do we think that healing potions would work on someone in that scenario, or do we think that they wouldn't? Or do we know? sorry, not to like nitpick like random moments from the last 3 episodes, but I am sort of like, my hypothesis is that the healing magic doesn't work on people with the corruption, but I wanted to know if that extended to healing potions or if we would know that based on what happened with Ao in the grotto.
So I do. So here's the way I will phrase this back to you.
Okay.
First of all, there is a crucial piece to that puzzle that is being left out.
Okay. Interesting.
That said, I will confirm that with that corruption, healing magic does not seem to be working as it's cast. What you did see when she received some benefit from that potion was in fact truthful in that she did receive some benefit from it.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so
Well,
Oren is going to get shop for potions. What about everybody else?
Oh, I think that Grasha is going to attempt to contact and go see, probably, if she can find her, or meet her here if she shows up. Maggie. Grasha and Maggie need to talk.
Okay. What about the rest of the group?
Rhea is. Oh, good.
I actually had a question. What's Casimir going to do? Was he going to go with Oren?
That's what. Yeah.
I think he's probably sticking with you, and I don't think his plan is to be alone anywhere anytime soon.
Okay, that actually answers the question before I ask it.
Okay.
Rhea would probably be talking around. I mean, there was a guy who knew about the Moonweaver site here, so she'd probably be asking around about any local temples or any other place again where they might have a good lead for starting to get some information.
Okay.
And I think Dorian's going to do a little shopping.
Okay. All right, so let's start with our shoppers first, and I feel like it'll probably be a little more straightforward. So we're going to start with Oren, specifically looking for health potions specifically, or you want like potions in general? Like, what's your kind of vibe right now?
Health potions are my goal, but I actually did want to ask at the inn, specifically the people that were putting us up. And we don't have to role play it out. My question to them actually will just be, is there a place that I'm going to take this for all it's worth. Is there a place that I know I can get a discount for being the champion? Like, I want to go to the most reputable place that potentially will give me a discount, because I know these things aren't exactly cheap.
Okay, so now you've asked me 2 different questions, so I need you to be very specific in what you've asked.
So what I'm asking is can the people at the inn point me in the direction of a place that I can get discounts on potions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. That's where I want to go then.
Okay. All right. So if that's what you're looking to do, they can point you directly to that place.
Cool.
And like I said, you're looking for just health potions? Or are you kind of looking for what you can get your hands on, or?
My main goal would be health potions. I know that we have, a cleric and stuff, but it feels like a good thing to have just in case we get split up or anything. But I mean, if they have other stuff, I'd be willing to look at it as well. Did I make that too convoluted of an answer? Because I kind of felt like I rambled a little bit.
No.
Okay.
So there's a couple things in play here, and that's what I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Health potions are what he's after, but if they have other stuff,
correct.
he'd be happy to look at it.
All right. Okay. So yeah, they are able to point you to a dealer who, in fact, I think what they would probably not this one so much. But yeah, so they point you to a vendor who is one of the local ones. It's got a pretty large shop. This is what I would equate to the Walmart of potion shops, right? So this is a pretty large scale. Listen.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, please.
So yeah, it's a pretty large scale shop, right? Like there's some stalls that might have 3 or 4 potions here or there.
Mm.
There's some smaller like type of vendors, what have you. But this is like the hey, I've got whatever you need in stock, and if I don't, I can get my hands on it for the right price kind of guy.
Oh
Right?
Jesus. Okay.
So yeah, he's you walk into this shop, and I mean, wall to wall, there are all different sizes of flasks. There are different colors, have you. Behind him are like several cauldrons that are like all bubbling with different things at the moment. And actively, there's nobody at the counter. You kind of got the moment to walk in and look around, or are you just looking to get someone's opinion right away, or what's your kind of go-to?
Oh God, I hope. I really do hope that's who we meet, and I expect to ace through the
Sorry.
voice. Anyway, yeah.
Just not
So, yeah, I would probably just kind of walk around till somebody decides to make themselves available.
Yeah, so eventually this kind of younger guy,
Damn it.
slick back hair, like this kind of real, like, doesn't look so much like the kind of person you would expect to be brewing potions, but like used car salesman kind of guy comes walking out. He goes, oh, the heroes. Oh, it is honestly just my pleasure to even be able to see you guys today. The fact that you'd walk into my shop of all shop, my humble little shop here, what could I possibly do, sir?
Yes, we are looking for some health potions. That's really all I'm in the market for today.
Health potion? Not like, anything a little fancier for someone of your stature? I mean, simple health potions. I mean, surely you want like a greater one at the very, or I mean, someone of your stature surely would be looking at like the superior potions, no doubt, right?
I suppose that depends on the price.
Well, I mean, you're one of the heroes of the city. Surely you can afford this, right? Listen. I will absolutely cut you a fair deal on these. I just got a new shipment in. They are absolutely prime condition. They haven't been sitting around. Fresh batch. Listen, I really think these are what you're looking for. The question is, how many can I interest you?
As I said before, the price is kind of the contingency on how many and what I'm looking to buy.
Well, let's see here. He walks over and grabs like a little clipboard S type thing. He starts to kind of scratch some numbers down. Let's see. For you, takes a second to kind of like give you an up and down as he kind of looks you over. Let's see. We'll call it 40 gold for a regular potion, and I don't know, maybe we say 120 gold or so for an uncommon.
Okay, what I need to know out of game is, do I have any sort of reference if that's actually a deal or not? And also completely out of game, I don't even have 40 gold coins.
I mean, I have 15.
We would be able to buy one, is what I'm saying. I am not a very rich man. I don't know if you know that about your husband.
Listen, I gave away most of my money yesterday, or not most of it, but a big chunk of it yesterday.
I mean, there's other options, But
also, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. If you got
I was just
opinion, by all
gonna say,
means.
like, I don't know, this actually probably is better of a thing for you. I feel like PHB standard healing potions are like 50 gold, so that is a 10 gold discount, which is not nothing.
That's true. Okay, well then I do feel like it matters for the immersion here. Like in game, does Orin feel like that is correct? Like, does that feel like a deal?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's like you're not getting a significant deal, right? Like it's not 50% off, but like noticeably a discount.
Yeah,
I mean, like it's
like
definitely
a 20% discount, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that I want to spend our entire savings on just one potion, though.
I think Ray is loaded. Maybe we can mooch off of her. I mean, she's dragging us to go save her friend or whatever. Maybe we can just, finagle it so she's paying for the room and board.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, we have enough for one, but I literally don't think we should waste because there's going to be travel expenses, surely. So this might be a bust. And I think that's what he says. I think if you want to go ahead and say something, you can.
No, I don't think I have anything. I was going to suggest pawning stuff, but I don't. We don't have anything to pawn other than the medals we won, which I think we want to hang on to.
Probably. I actually don't know what I have in my inventory. To be fair. Do you work with any sort of trade? Thank you so much for the discount. I do recognize that you are kind of helping us out here, of course. But do you work on any sort of trade, barter system at all?
Trade. I mean, I really only deal in potions. It's kind of my go-to here. So I don't know that I so much trade. I mean, we could probably work out, a line of credit if that's kind of what you're looking for. I understand times are tough. You got things you got to do. You guys will be around here for the better part of a year, I'm sure. So I'm sure you'll be able to pay me back in no time.
Now the question is, do I lie to this man or not? Oh. I tell you what, I don't want to be unfair to you, but I'm going to be honest. About all I have is 30 gold that I can spend on a potion. So, if we can do something for that, that'd be awesome. If not, I totally understand. But if we can't, that is unfortunately all I'll be able to do today.
Kind of wraps his fingers on the counter for a second and he goes, 30 gold, huh? Oof, you adventurers, I tell you, you guys are getting cheaper by the day.
It's not the most, lucrative business to be in, I'm afraid.
Tell you what I'm gonna do. He turns around and he grabs this little kind of like, I guess I'll call it like a chest, but think more like a jewelry box type chest, right? And he pops it open, and inside of there, lined up side to side, are what I'm gonna say like 10 of think like test tube type vials, right? These aren't like your traditional bulb potion bottles, what have you. But there's like 10 of them, and they're all lined up. Really, really nice box, like velvet interior, what have you. Things well taken care of. He goes, tell you what, since you're going to be around the city for a little while, I would really hate to see something happen to you. He reaches in, grabs 2 of these, sets the box down. He holds them out to you. He goes, 1 for each of you guys. Just, if it ends up, saving your hide at all, maybe you come back and, trust the guy who took care of you once upon a time.
That seems fair. What was the difference between these and, say, your over-the-counter sort of deal?
He looks down and he goes, well, so he kind of walks over. He shuts the door behind you guys as you guys are the only ones in there. He turns around and goes, so here's the thing. The guy that I get these from, who does all my brewing for me, he made these as a sample. He gave me this first batch. They seem to be working great. The problem is, taste isn't really all that pleasant. So they told me not to hand these out because it was just a matter of, hey, does it work? Which it does, but I'm gonna be real honest with you. While my normal ones aren't like these things are gonna taste like a sourfoot. They're not real great, but they do the job. I assure you they do the job.
And is that the only side effect? They taste like rancid body parts.
I mean, do you want to go around drinking that all the time?
Not particularly.
It's not really something we can advertise if, people really hate it. And brings us a bad name, and then business goes down, and it's one of those things. I got a livelihood to live here, you know.
For sure. I mean, if the only side effect is a rather unpleasant taste, then I'm happy to take the deal, as it were.
No, he goes good. I listen. I hope you guys never have to use those. But on the off chance that you do, you ever need to replace them with something that tastes a little better, you come back here and you let me know when, finances are a little more lucrative for you. And I'm sure that won't take no time at all. He kind of steps away for a second, goes back around the counter, goes, "Is there anything else I can help you guys with?" Again, potions are kind of my specialty, but, some people around here. I might be able to get you a deal somewhere else.
While we're here, actually, I got a question. I came
Sure.
across some rather odd characters yesterday during the festival. They were like, I don't know, little bird man running around, and they were selling some kind of potions that, charged you up real good. You know what I mean? But they had some side effects, and I was wondering if you'd ever seen anything, might know anything about something like that.
What kind of side effects? And more importantly, how much did they charge? If they're out there undercutting me, I'm about to be real mad. That's not
Well,
okay.
I'm gonna be honest. They don't seem real good at math. So they were definitely cheap, but I think they were, selling substandard potions, as it were. I think I got the first one for a couple of silver pieces, and then I just paid them some gold to leave me alone. They came running around back for more, later.
As
for
you say it, he's
Go
like
ahead.
putting the box back on the shelf, and you say a couple silver pieces, and he like stumbles a little bit and like almost drops this whole box of potions. Did you say silver pieces?
Well, I told you. I mean, they seem like they thought that like 3 copper was more money than 2 silver. You know what I mean? Like they were not good at merchandising.
He's like sitting there, like his jaw is just like hanging open.
And I don't know where they got the stuff or what was the deal with it. It was like a blue liquid, I think, but it had like streaks of red in it. Anyway, in a fit of pique, as they say, I maybe ill-advisedly sampled their obviously quite and realizing now, substandard, poorly made wares, they did have the advertised effect, but, and he sort of like pulls his collar a little bit and shows him the red rash, sort of left a weird rash. You ever seen anything like that before?
Walks around the counter and kind of gets like almost a little uncomfortably close, but like not close enough to like actually like touch you or anything. But he's kind of looking at it, and he's got that just from drinking a potion.
Yeah.
Sure it wasn't like didn't have something else in there. Like they weren't trying to poison you or something, were they?
I don't think they were smart enough to intentionally, I think if we're trying to figure out why something like this happened, I suspect that they were as much marks as anybody, and if somebody pawned off a bunch of, I don't know, defective product on them, maybe it was intentional they were trying to poison people. Maybe they were just trying to get rid of something and get what they could get for it. I couldn't tell you, but they ain't masterminds. I'll tell you that for sure. So whatever, side effect from their perspective, I think was unintentional. I'd suspect they were more, stooge or unwitting collaborator than out there deliberately poison people. You know what I mean? Whoever gave them the stuff, on the other hand, may be a different matter. But they barely had one brain cell to rub together between the three of them. You don't know what brain cells are. They didn't have they had a thimble full of brains between the three of them. There we go. That worked.
he kind of is a little like awestruck at the last bit. He's like, yeah. So I think if I'm following, listen, the guy that actually does my brewing for me said that a lot of the people he deals to actually have backed out recently, and they've actually have been canceling their orders because somebody, I guess somebody's been working with some new ingredients or something that is supposed to be making potions for the cheap. I mean, I don't know about a couple silver pieces or what have you, but from what I understand, they're talking like 20, 25 gold a pop. I mean, like whatever they're doing, they're managing to put it out real quick and for way less than what it takes us.
Huh.
I mean, listen, between you and I can certainly see the appeal to it. You know, I mean, if I could get twice as many potions and, be doing half the work and selling all that off, I really do
Yeah,
think that'd
sure.
be,
No, I
mean,
understand.
that's-
The iron law of capitalism is such that whenever there's an innovation in technology, capitalists are required to adapt or their business perishes. That is well and truly acknowledged. But yeah, I would just be on the lookout, man. I don't know exactly what it is or what it does, but listen, he came from a time when he definitely had a chance to read. Anyway, and but yeah, he says, yeah, just be on the lookout because I mean, it may make cheaper potions, but like be on, keep your eyes peeled because I don't know exactly what this thing is. It don't hurt or nothing, but I think it may have some long-term implications.
kind of nods. He goes, "Yeah, I'd be curious. What did you say they looked like now? I mean, I'm not gonna send anybody out to find them from.
Yeah, sure.
But
it was 3 little birds with orange beaks, black feathers, like white on their face and belly. They had little flippers. They didn't look like they could fly. They had real short little wings. About the size of a gnome or a halfling, maybe a little smaller.
Okay. You see him like kind of scribble some things down. And yeah, he turns to go walk away. And I think as he does, he actually like knocks like not a folder, but like knocks over like a few pieces of paper or what have you. Kind of falls down and he goes, "Oh God." He walks over and starts like slowly picking things up. He goes, listen, if you guys are all set, I'm going to get this stuff cleaned up. And, I'm clumsy. You know how it is. I just got some things I got to take care of. If you guys are all set, you can show yourself out.
Do I happen to see anything on those papers he's picking up?
Go ahead and roll me an investigation.
Oh boy. Nope, that's an 8.
I mean, it looks like probably a bunch of receipts and, documentation that any business owner would have.
Okay.
Before he walks away, I can't let you give me this for free. Instead, you're running a business. If I could just a tip, if you were, if that's okay, just something so you get something, just something.
You say that, he like immediately stands up as his hand finds his belt on the hilt of a dagger. He goes, "Did you say you're going to stab me with the tip? What did you just say to me?"
My good man, I'm trying to pay you for what you've given me.
Pay me? Why did you just say you're going to give me some money? Why are you saying it all weird?
The curse of my upbringing, I'm afraid. Here's 5 gold for the 2 potions. Thank you.
He kind of grins as he walks over and he takes one of them and puts it like in the corner of a picture frame. And he goes, "There it is. First gold from a hero. I'm going to keep that right there."
You keep talking sweet to me like that, I'll give you my whole gold pouch. Anyway, what do I put down in my inventory? Is it just
you put down 2 healing potions.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah. He goes back to finishing cleaning everything up.
I think we leave.
All right. You guys kind of heading back towards the inn then, or you guys got anything else you're doing?
I don't have anything else.
Yeah, I think back to the inn.
All right. So Dorian's going shopping. Yes.
Sorry about extending that
You're
scene. I just
unmuted.
felt like it made sense to talk to the potion guy about the potion thing that happened to me
Oh,
on
that's
the
fair.
off chance.
Yeah, and Dorian's gonna go shopping primarily for just some like mundane adventuring stuff, some extra rations, so I can just add those to my inventory at
Okay.
the handbook prices. But also, I wanted to go if there's like a magic adventuring shop. Um, I don't have a ton of money, so this might be an entire waste of time, but I want to give it a shot and see if there was anything in town.
So here's what I will say: is anything supply wise you want to get, um, go ahead and knock off like 20% off the top of whatever that price is. So whenever you total out whatever rations
Okay.
and things you want to get, because logistically they will notice you guys as the people who have won the festival, so they would, do whatever they can to help you guys out there. As far as an adventuring shop, I don't know that outside of the festival that within the city you're going to find a shop dedicated to that. If
Okay.
there's something specific you're looking for, or like a realm of things you're looking for, you might be able to find like a vendor who's kind of passing through that might have access to something.
Okay.
But like as far as a stationary shop, things kind of die down outside of the festivals.
Okay, got it. Yeah, then no, not really. Just like whatever kind of random thing we might come across that could be kind of fun. But
Okay.
nothing's around, then I'll load up on some mundane stuff and call it a day.
Sure. Okay. And Rhea, what were you up to?
I was just going to start looking around for any leads in terms of nearby uh, people who know anything about like nearby temples or anything to get us information about all this stuff going on.
Okay. What are you kind of specifically looking for? Like, are you looking for people to point you to a temple? Are you looking for people who would be in the know? Like, what is your kind of like?
Yeah, two things. One would be any nearby temples, especially obviously to the Moonbringer or the Changebringer would be the Moonbringer, the Moonweaver or the Changebringer. And then another one would be anybody who knows any of the history of this Alexian person. Those would be the two things.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. So the first bit that I'm going to do, um, I feel like in this situation, you probably just go around and you're probably casting a wider net than you are trying to find anything specific.
Yeah.
Go around, and if you actively mention the name Elixir to anybody, everybody looks at you like you just said nothing at all to them. As if when you spoke the word, they heard nothing, and they're very confused as to what's just happened. Like they almost think you're mocking them to a degree.
Strange.
That said,
Okay.
as far as looking for like specific temples, there's no notable temples. However, I think in any city there are like worship circles, I'll call them, where like people who have similar beliefs kind of culminate together. And it may not be a building dedicated to, worshiping whoever or what have you, but like there are definitely groups of people who do kind of, run together because they share those beliefs. So I guess my question to you then is, I think you could probably at the very least locate one or the other of those. Would you be looking more for someone who does the Moonweaver or more about the Changebringer? Like what direction and avenue are you kind of looking to run down?
Yeah, I think probably the Changebringer because she doesn't know as much about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do think you are able to kind of find a group of people who do worship the Changebringer. And I think these people are, so a lot of the prime deities have things that go with them in a certain degree, i.e., the Moonweaver has the moon, or things like Bahamut will have dragons. and things like that, right? So like a lot of them have very corresponding things that like just make sense, right? The Changebringer doesn't really have that icon, if you will. So the Changebringer is a little harder to identify as far as like, when you think of the Moonweaver, there are certain insignia, I'll say, that you would say, oh, they would carry, a crest that represents the Moonweaver or things of that nature. Where the Changebringer isn't so much. However, I do think after a while you're able to kind of track down some people who are willing and gladly will talk to you about the Changebringer. And I think what they kind of lead you to believe, and feel free to kind of ask any specific questions, but they kind of let you know a little more that the Changebringer specifically revolves around this idea of like a new start, right? A fresh adventure, like the new beginnings, if you will, opening a door to something that's entirely new. And that's why people worship her, because it's no door is ever closed without another one opening, kind of thing. So like it's one of those things that just because you can't afford something doesn't mean that there's not a way to get it. And that's very much the Changebringer mindset of like there's always a path, there's always something that you can do, and there's never a reason to give up because you always have something that you can do next.
I think Rhea might inquire, why would somebody, or I guess at what point did it, so the change, so, okay, so this guy prayed to the Changebringer at Betrayer's Rise. Was Betrayer's Rise ever a place of significance for people who follow the Changebringer?
So what they tell you is Betrayer's Rise was never specifically anything to do with the Changebringer.
Okay.
However, because the Changebringer is this belief that there's never a dead end in life, there's never this point where you've reached the end of the line, that they believe, without obviously knowing the context or anything like that, they kind of lead you to believe that if there was ever a place to pray to the Changebringer, it would be Betrayer's Rise. This is the place where evil came to culminate. And I think they even go on to tell you that Betrayer's Rise is kind of known as this, I guess what I'm going to call a labyrinth of this horrible place that people go into and often end up trapped because it seems like, and their words exactly would be, it seems like the rooms shift on their own. Like people go in and then struggle to find their way out because things are just never the way they seem. So if there was a place to ever pray to the Changebringer, it would be a place where you feel like you're lost and don't have an out.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Cool.
All right. Anything else? Changebringer.
There's no insignia or anything. Is there any, do they know anything in terms of the history of how the Changebringer felt about other gods, like relationships with other gods?
Yeah, so the Changebringer actually got along pretty well with a few different gods. One of which being the Moonweaver.
Excellent.
One of which being, let me double check, I believe it's the Wild Mother.
Ooh.
And one of which being, I don't remember the last one off the top of my head, but I know those two for sure fall into that category. But the Changebringer was always, so like in the terms of the greater prime deities, the Changebringer was kind of the, I'm going to say, mischievous little sister of them. She was the one who, again, was always stirring the pot, if you will, always trying to make something happen. So it's never that the Changebringer didn't get along with somebody. It's more that people were trying to, organize things, lead people and do things. And the Changebringer would just kind of come in and like TP their house and be like, hey, this happened. Good luck.
Yeah.
It just like that kind of almost random chaotic energy that just would throw things off.
Okay. Got it. Oren's gonna love her. Perfect. Good for me.
Okay. Yeah, I think they would probably spend a little time, maybe not like, forcing you to memorize anything or what have you, but like taking you through some of their prayers and what have you so that you have like a little idea of, again, like not trying to like divert you away from the Moonweaver, but like truthfully to share their belief and why they worship the Changebringer, things of that
Sure.
nature.
I think she'll promise to pass it along to somebody.
All right, so that will take us to Grasha, who I think after probably a while, depending which way Grasha wants to go with it, I do think that at some point they would end up coming to the Unbroken Tusk. Again, having offered up your guys' rooms and what have you, they would be bringing their stuff there and what have you. And like they're not in any rush. Again, they have no plans to leave right now, so they're kind of taking their time or what have you. And after a while, I do think Dermot and Ao would probably show up, and Grasha wouldn't be far, or not. Maggie wouldn't be far behind with some of their belongings and what have you, probably bundled up in some bags and what have you as they kind of make their way to the inn.
So if Grasha sees Maggie coming through the door, and Maggie will make eye contact with her, Grasha's gonna say, "Hey girl, come on over here. You didn't even talk to me at that little contest we almost had, so get on over here and say hello like a lady. Come on now."
She kind of lowers her head a little bit and nods as she looks to Ao and Dermot. Kind of sets their stuff over by them or what have you, and there's kind of like an understanding nod that she'll help them move everything to the rooms here in a minute. But she walks over and she sits down and not avoiding eye contact, but you can tell she's carrying like a little bit of shame and just is not a nervous energy, but like there's a tension there that's obvious. She kind of, yeah, listen, it didn't feel right to have that be the first thing that, after the way things ended, it just didn't feel right to jump into something like that, I don't know.
I understand. I mean, I know I haven't been the most understanding person all my life. And you know what, Maggie? I want to apologize to you for that. You and I were a lot younger when we had our disagreement. And I kind of feel bad about it because I did a thing that wasn't a good thing. I put what I thought it ought to be on you, and I didn't take into any consideration at all that you and I are two different people. So you looked at a thing a certain way. You kind of take your time and you find out what's right on somebody's heart before you jump in there. Well, I'm kind of not like that, and sometimes I can't control it. Somebody hurts somebody I care about, and oh Lordy Pete, don't you? I just get so mad. I just fly hot right there. I fly hot, and I don't even think about it because I fly hot. But I should have thought just a little bit longer before I flew hot with you. Thing was, Maggie, I wanted us to be doing that job together. I wanted us to sail out into the world. We'd have been darn near invincible if we'd have done that. Couldn't nobody have took on Grasha and Maggie at the same time. Why, they'd have turned off running.
She kind of
I
like, you can
wanted
see
it.
her like half smiling, like she's still obviously carrying some weight, but like just the sound of it, she kind of looks up. She goes, Grasha, and not much in life would have made me happier than for us to be able to do that. But you were right. That was a long time ago, and I think we both have grown a lot since then. And I owe you an apology too. When when you got a friend who's passionate about something and it means a lot to them, sometimes you got to throw a little caution to the wind and you just got to jump in and have their back. And I didn't do that then, but I've learned. She kind of glances over as you see Dermot kind of helping Ao head up the stairs. I've learned that sometimes, even if you don't know what the outcome is, if you don't know if it's the right thing or the wrong thing, sometimes just doing it and being side by side with your friends, that's really the thing that makes a difference. I wish I would have done things different.
Well, I wish I would have too. But we got another chance here. Looks like maybe we're going to be hanging together for a little while. I won't push you anymore, Maggie, you know, and if I'd have taken a little bit of time, well, I tell you, Princess had to let me go. I mean, she was real nice, and she gave me an award, you know, and she gave me some money, some gold, and she sent me on my way. But well, I guess I got a little bit too mad, a little bit too quick, a few too many times. I haven't told anybody else that, but gosh, I kind of got sent on her way, you know what I mean? So that taught me something. That taught me that I can't always control it when I get mad, but I need to try to control it when it ain't strictly necessary just because I want to get mad, you know? So I'm roping it in, Maggie. I'm roping it in and I'm doing better. And maybe, you know, somebody will push up on one of your friends, maybe even me, and you'll say, damn, I got to do something about this. Maybe there's a little room for you and me both to grow a little bit, but oh my God, we can't grow too much or we'll be just too darn big, won't we? So, yeah. You want something to eat? Let's go see what they got going for lunch. Want to? Let's do it.
She kind of nods. She goes, you know, Rasha, not much would make me happier than to have something to eat right now. But listen, she kind of reaches down and she unbuckles the little pauldron she has, or the gauntlet that kind of sits over her wrist, and on it is painted this like really elaborate flower with these like long white petals and what have you. And I don't know that Grasha necessarily would have any recollection of the flower itself, but I do think that with the background they have, Grasha would at the very least recognize that it was Maggie who inevitably painted this on there. She goes, next time that you get a little heated and you need to calm down, she slides it across the table to you. She goes, just take a look and remember what it's like to stop and smell the flowers. And the next time I need to get fired up, well, I tell you what, I'm going to channel my inner Grasha and I'm going to jump in right behind there next time somebody needs me to have their back.
All right. I love it. I just got one more question for you, Maggie, and then we really will just, you know, like maybe talk about old times. This Irving guy and Gall or Gale or something like that, they went herring off into the wild. Do you know what it was that they were going out to do, Maggie? Did they let anything slip? Because I know sometimes people think you're not paying attention. They say anything. It's really important, Maggie. Real important.
She kind of chuckles a little bit. And she goes, no, catch on to me awful quick, Grasha. Yeah, they were scheming this morning. I don't think they're up to no good, but apparently Gal knew somebody who, talking about, they called it some kind of battery. I don't know what they're looking for it for, but sounds like something that he thinks could help him with something. I don't know. They didn't really say a whole lot about it, but he just kept calling it the battery. I don't know specifically what it's for or how important it is, but you know, that's what they called it, and he seems to have a pretty keen eye on it, and he thought that Irvin could, you know, maybe talk him down and get a little more in on it. So the two of them snuck off real early this morning when they thought we were all sleeping.
So they went after somebody that might have such a thing?
Yeah, I don't know if they necessarily went after him. It sounds like maybe, well, so Irvin kind of talks to a lot of people, and I always see him talking in the shadows, and sometimes I can sit there and pretend to be reading a book when I hear him talking, but they're always talking real weird, like they're always using words that don't really make sense. I think they talk in some kind of code, but somehow he talks to these people, and next thing you know, he's cutting a deal for real cheap to get resources and whatever we need. And I think in this situation, he knew somebody who knew somebody and was going to connect Gal and them.
Alrighty. Well, I have no idea either. But them people I'm traveling with, why, they're about as bright as the sun on the hottest summer day there ever was. So we'll see. And if you get a chance, like I know not everybody would trust us because, we beat you fair and square, but also, well, mostly fair and square. But anyway, you keep your ears open and I'll do the same because what I'm getting is that this might be bad for everybody, not just us. So we definitely gonna be checking them out, Maggie. So you keep, it's reaching down pretty low, but you and me both, we need to keep our ears to the ground.
She kind of chuckles and she goes, "You know what, Grasha? I'll do my best. And in the meantime, let's keep our bellies full."
Yeah. It's a shame you're not here for breakfast because their grits are amazing, but come on, let's go see what they got. And that was everything that Grasha was going to ask her, really.
Sure enough, she follows your lead. That said, as everybody kind of has achieved their kind of separate goals, are you guys kind of looking to culminate? Are you guys looking to just kind of ride out the night? What's the general idea?
Well, I think that Grasha would share what she just found out with everybody, this importance of the battery, that there was some kind of deal for supplies, and that Maggie's going to listen. And, I said I would do the same. I think that if there's not enough food at the counter, that Grasha would drag Maggie on up to her room, take all the food she stuck in her pockets out, put it back on the bed, and they would feast on the leftovers. If they had plenty at the bar, I don't know what time of day, like where we are with meals, then I think she'd eat her fill and fill up the pockets with a few more things on top of what she already has, and then drag Maggie on up to her room for them just to talk old times. So I don't know what the order of her sharing the information was versus the old times, but if we're done and we're going into the evening, that's what I think. That's how I think Grasha would end the evening, is old time stories with Maggie.
Okay. What about everybody else?
Yeah, I think if we're just hanging out here for the day, then I think Dorian's gonna head back down to the innkeeper, the bar, and ask, do you guys do lunch boxes?
I, I don't mean, we never have, but I mean, for you guys, I think we could probably get something put together. Can we do it by the morning? Is that okay?
That's exactly when we need it. If we could have that ready in the morning for us to take with us on our way out, that would be excellent.
Yeah, no.
And I would like several bottles of wine and whiskey sent to my room this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get that right up there for you. And like you see this guy like immediately like he's made a promise that's way bigger than what he could feasibly do, but like he's absolutely going to do everything he can. So he's like immediately running to like three different people as you see all these people have now scattered and gone different ways to try and get all the things they need to get on the fly real quick. But yeah, definitely doing everything they can to make it happen.
Oh, thank you. One of those should be like 3 times the normal size. And he'll head back up.
Perfect.
Or probably just sit in the corner and have a drink and see which of his party members might be coming through.
Okay. Orin, Cass, Rhea.
Well, I know Orin said he wanted to corner Rhea.
Ray is getting pinned in a corner.
I think Kaz.
I didn't say it quite like that.
I think Kaz decide to. He's been kind of like, I don't know how to put this. He has been trying to largely stay out of Dorian's like focus this entire time. You know, he's just sort of like moving. But I do think he finally just like sits down across from Dorian. We don't have to role play that out immediately. I think maybe the Orin Rhea stuff is more important. But
yeah. So, and I don't matter. It doesn't matter to me which order we go in. But I do think Orin will say to Cass, "I feel I should apologize to Rhea. So I think that I'm going to go speak with her if you're fine for the moment."
yeah, no worries.
And then he'll go wherever she's at. He's just gonna go.
Yeah,
locate her.
she actually, so after she had gathered some information, I think that she probably came back to the inn but didn't come inside, but did open up her locket and summon the wolf, the white wolf that's inside of it. And she's sitting outside looking up at the last small sliver of the moon that's remaining in this cycle and just talking away with her wolf companion.
I mean, do I find her outside? Is that what we're doing then?
That'd be where you'd find her, yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, Orin. I suppose you're not interrupting. I mean, we're just having a bit of a philosophical debate here, back and forth.
You and the wolf, yes?
Yeah, Rowan. Have I not introduced you to Rowan yet?
You have not. And I think that Orin would approach and just put the back of his hand out for the animal.
Yeah, and I think probably kind of like takes a side glance at Rhea, and then if she looks at her, she's like, "Oh, go ahead. He's cute enough. Well, I guess we'll keep him around." And so yeah, Rowan will let you introduce yourself. Actually, I think you might also have an umbral companion, if I recall seeing one back in the caves, right?
Oh, you may be referring to my echo. I'm not sure what an umbral companion is, but
Umbral companion, your shadow self walking the world without you. Second soul cast by moonlight into the darker deep. No?
I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm not sure what that means. It's
Oh,
just something that I can do. I don't have any really sort of words for it,
huh,
other
fair
than
enough.
it's an echo.
Well, an echo. I suppose that's another word for it. Where I come from, uh, we're taught that in the moments when you're most alone, when the world strips you bare of everything you think you are, your shadow self appears, steps forward, not to not to save you, mind, but to help find you. To stand beside you when no one else ever could. That's when Rowan came and found me in such a moment as that. And I truly believed I had no future. And in our doctrine, in my people's doctrine, I suppose at least, that's the moment in which your umbral companion appears. I suppose an echo. It could make sense too.
That's a rather pleasant way to look at it, I suppose. I feel like mine may have came to me in a very different set of circumstances, though maybe not the way you've described it. Um, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I felt that I needed to come in and apologize.
For what?
It seems that as we've kind of tried to decide what to do next, that we've kind of been at odds, and I I feel like that's not a very good way to start an adventure together. I just wanted to kind of say that I'm sorry, and I wanted to explain my reasoning. As if it wasn't already clear, my one goal is to protect Mia, and I don't mean it to come off rude or that I don't trust you, because I think we should trust each other if we're going to, you know, go on a quest for the gods together. But I just think it's important to see where I'm coming from. And I felt that I owed you that.
Well, I appreciate that you've thought to come and say that, but I got to be honest, Never felt that you were rude or at odds at all. You were voicing an opinion. You've got somebody that you love in your life and you're just looking out for them. Even if I have a different opinion, it doesn't mean that we're at odds. And even if it were, I mean, at the end of the day, you could probably punch me and I still wouldn't think you owe me an apology because sometimes these things happen.
Well, hopefully it won't come to that. Well, I feel like we should trust each other, and I feel like we should feel like we're here to help each other as well. So I just wanted to clear the air about that.
I appreciate you. And I agree. I think, you know, here's the thing. Your secrets are your own. My goddess teaches us that we deserve to have them, to keep these little bits of ourselves to ourselves if we wish them to be. I'm not going to go prying into any of your business. At the end of the day, obviously, I care about my people too, and I can see where you're coming from. I think that we're going to make a fine party.
I think so as well. Everyone's bringing quite a bit to the table, and I think that we're pretty well rounded, as it were, from a strategy standpoint.
Hey, I
My
think I'm
mother
quite
always said,
well rounded now. That was quite a good dinner and breakfast we had.
I suppose that is true. But yes, my mother always said that it's always best to clear the air early, especially when you're working together with other people. So I just wanted to make sure. Um, Tell me more about this Umbral companion. And I think that like his intention is kind of like get her talking about something that she knows a lot about and seems really interested in, and maybe or even summons his echo to kind of show her. And
Oh,
really, all he
yeah.
says about it though is that they always look different. Each time I summon them, I've seen the same ones several times as I've used this, but I don't know if it's so much as a Umbral companion as you say, but they seem like different versions of myself.
Tristan. And different versions, as in older, younger.
Sometimes.
Huh.
It really, sometimes I'll summon the same one a few times, and then sometimes it'll be a completely new one. It's very strange.
How long do they stay with you when they pop out?
Well, if I'm in battle, if they take a hit, they usually do go away, but I can summon one directly back, and they'll stay as long as
Oh,
I choose.
curious. I would never, I mean, I don't think Rowan works quite like that. Huh. Maybe yours aren't a Umbro companion. Either way, it's quite a neat trick you got there. Certainly cool you can summon it in battle. And I think I've seen you spear somebody with it or something. I don't know. Saw you use it like a lance.
It's just quite handy. It's got me out of a tight spot too.
Tristan. Huh. You ever wonder if everything you ever learned was not true?
Uh, I'm not sure we've had the same education, to be quite frank.
Ugh. Anyways, that's a problem for a different day. Tonight we got enough to talk about. I don't suppose they're probably going to let my Rowan in here, so I'll go ahead and summon her back. Come on, Rowan. And she'll open up the locket and put Rowan back in, and then she'll tap Orin on the back. How about you say we go get a drink together?
Be my pleasure.
I'll head on back in. Bottoms up, bottoms up.
Okay, well, I guess while this is all happening, Cass sort of finds where Dorian's sitting in the corner, slides into the booth across the way with an ale, and says, oh, hey there, Dorian, how you doing?
Howdy, handsome.
So we haven't talked a whole lot. I was just curious. I was wondering how you actually met up with Rhea and Grasha. Were you all traveling together and came to Jigao, or?
Rhea and I have been traveling for a little while. She and I ran into each other several months back. Well, somewhere across the continent, we made our way this way for the festival.
Oh, okay.
How'd you
Um,
end up on this side of the world?
oh yeah, well, uh, Ren and I were looking for, yeah, somebody. I guess what we ended up, it turned out we were looking for was Irvin, but you know, we met here actually a few years back. Um, and shortly after somebody had attacked me in the street for no discernible reason, and I never knew who it was. He kind of nursed me back to health. We sort of ended up staying together. You know, falling in love, getting married, the whole shebang. And anyway, not too long before we ended up here for this, there was another foiled attempt on me, and we thought we didn't really have any leads, so we figured, well, maybe we should go back to, kind of ground zero and see what we could find out. That's how we ended up back here. And then, of course, he ran into Rhea at the team signups. We thought maybe somebody that, might be competing in the thing or something.
Very good. What before that? You're not from around here originally, are you?
No. I spent some time down on, hang on a second while I remember the name of this continent. Stand by, everyone. Where's that?
Marquette.
Yeah. I spent some time down on Marquette.
He said from the ethereal
Thank
void.
you. Yeah, I spent some time down on Marquette a few years ago. I've been traveling with Oren for the last couple of years.
I was in Marquette for a little while as well. Maybe a few years back.
Oh, really? What the? I mean, he sort of like gestures at your sort of garb and stuff, which I assume is still kind of like sailor y. Is that accurate?
Yeah, still basic.
Yeah. So he says, yeah. Oh, are you were you a sailor or shipman?
Yeah, yeah, sailed all over the world.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But you're not from Marquette originally.
Um, I, I guess not. It's been so long since I thought about my early life. I guess took me by surprise a little bit there.
I was just curious. I knew someone there that you remind me of quite a bit. Just wondering if that was maybe something common on Marquette.
Well, I mean, the Hellcache Valley is, it's kind of like that, I guess. We did a lot of driving cattle and other animals and what have you.
Yeah, sounds very familiar.
Huh. Well, I mean, cowboys like me are a dime a dozen down there. I feel like.
Seen a few of them. None of them seem quite like you.
Oh, really? And what sets me apart, young Master Dorian?
Well, just the way you carry yourself.
Oh well, you got to stretch the
And
lower back. It's all in the
uh,
it's all in the hips. Yeah, I've met a rather curious individual once upon a time. He told me it was called yoga or something like that. I don't know, but keeps me limber.
Interesting. Do you ever share those techniques?
Oh, you know, yeah, Oren. he needs to stay limber as well. He's got to wear that armor all the time and, swing that big old sword of his.
Sounds exciting.
Oh, it can be. We've had a lot of pretty close calls, but Orin always tries to. He just feels like he's got to help people, and I mostly feel like I got to help him. So I guess that works out.
I don't think we got a bunch of us helping each other, so I think that'll work out all right.
Yeah. Maybe we might even be able to do more good than just the two of us on our own.
That's for sure. Seems like a good crowd.
Yeah. You said you spent some time in Marquette. Whereabouts? I mean, I imagine you've been all over.
Well, not all the way in Hellcatch Valley. We were stopped in Loonpur for a little while, right there on the coast.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I know Loonpur well. Been there a few times. There was a lot of trading in and out,
A lot of in and out for sure.
Well, trust a seaman to know all about the in and out. And the up and down, I guess. You ever get seasick or how, you does that pass after a little while? You get used to it.
No. I mean, like on the boats? No.
Yeah,
If the
on the
storm's
boats.
real bad.
Okay, that makes sense.
No, you get your sea legs after a while.
Fair enough. Well, it's been good to, good to talk a little bit. I think I gotta head upstairs and so I can get ready. I got a big day tomorrow. I think if we're headed out.
Yeah, think so. I did some shopping today. Probably just take it easy this evening. So have a good night.
He sort of like clinks, it moves to like clink glasses and finishes ale off and head upstairs.
All right. Well, is anybody else looking to do anything before a long rest?
Oh boy.
I mean, who wants to go after that one? Really?
Yeah, I mean,
the
that's a
question.
hard act to follow, honestly.
It was practically jousting there. We drove bonus mom off, everybody.
Oh
Right.
God!
Like I can't. Too much.
All right. So next morning, what is your guys' plan? You guys get ready to head up.
Ray is like got everyone's bags packed for them. She's like ready to go.
Here goes some character bleed over from stuff to Rhea.
First day of school. First day of school.
Well,
Yeah.
Thorin's gonna head down and have breakfast.
Okay.
Wait
Kaz
for
is
everybody.
a late riser, so he's probably one of the last ones up, if not the last one up.
As per Orin's usual morning ritual, he's already very ready and has Cass's coffee ready. So
Which Kaz chugs. Just absolutely like throws it back. And sort of like shakes his face.
Yeah, and she's not here, but I imagine Grasha's going to go get breakfast as she would. I guess the larger question to you guys is travel plans. Kind of what are we thinking as get ready to kind of make our way out?
yeah. So not to take the lead here, but it seems like Kaz and I are pretty familiar with the area. Do we know the best route to take to get from here to Asarius?
Yeah, so there's a couple different routes. There is the route of the Emerald Loop, which is basically you would leave Jagao south and basically head straight down into, eventually you'll collide with an area known as the Emerald Loop, which is quite literally a safe haven. Yep, that is right there. that I
I'll
mean,
make
it's
it with.
literally like a shelter, if you will. It's a little bit of vegetation. There's always people there, very much like this safe haven oasis in the middle of this path. And then from there, you would head west to Asarius. Or you can take the Honor Walk Road, which will take you west out of Jagao and then south down to Asarius. However, you are going to go through some marshland and be a little more difficult to traverse. Um, Not impossible, but it is farther away from the barbed fields. So while traversal might be more difficult, there's also a chance that might encounter less difficulties as far as like violent things and what have you. But there's also just the raw possibility that there's going to be no great place to stop and camp like there is on the other one, right? So the Emerald Loop,
Mhm.
like about you're halfway, you're definitely going to have a safe place with some guards there and people like that who will definitely have a safe place for a rest. The other path, you don't really have that same guarantee.
Do you know
Okay.
how far that is in terms of how long it would take to get there?
Depends how fast you travel. So at if you guys were to go at an expedited pace, meaning like you guys are really kind of pushing yourselves, you're probably talking about 9 to 10 days. At
Okay.
just your typical pace, you're probably like 12, 13 days.
Yeah, so I think having one spot to rest halfway through is probably not a huge benefit since we're going to be camping for 10 days anyway.
The benefit would be that it's probably a more, again, if there's like a guidepost, then we might be able to get more of that information that we're looking for versus the other path might not have as much
Yeah,
people
so
to
the Emerald
get
Loop is
info.
is kind of like a known place, right? Like it's not a city, but like people traveling in that area kind of know that that's like a safe haven. You know, there's usually wagon trains there, things of that nature, where it's just kind of like again, it's a safe little area maintained by some dryads that like it is a safe sanctuary in the middle of nowhere. So
Yeah, it's a matter of if we're looking for that extra info. I don't think we'd get it on the western route.
Yeah.
Put it to a vote.
Yeah, the way I see it, you've put it perfectly. It seems that we could take a little bit of a rougher route that seems to be safer, or we could go the bit more dangerous route that possibly has more information. They seem to be at about the same distance, though. I suppose traveling through the marshes will slow us down a bit.
All right, well,
I
let's take the vote.
I will lead off with I think we should take the southward path to the Emerald Grove or Circle or whatever the fuck he just said.
Loop. Emerald
Loop. Monsters, I'm not too worried about it. It seems like the information that we could possibly get is the trade-off.
Do I have a sense of which one gal would be more likely to take?
um I think I think when you think about him, if he was by himself, I think you would struggle because to him it would be whatever one. But traveling with people, I think you would know he would have more control taking the southern path, because it is a more traveled path, right? Like he would
Yeah.
just have that sense of control and
Mhm.
thus would likely go that way.
Yeah. I think that she would share that we would probably be more likely to run into them on that path.
I'm down with that path.
Any opposition to Emerald Loop? My God, I'm Tav again. Opposition to going the Emerald Loop.
Oh, it makes sense to me. I second Orin on that.
Okay,
Was
so
I
then
there for that? I'm thinking I probably wasn't.
We assumed that
we
you were.
yeah, we
Oh,
assumed
okay.
you went downstairs and got breakfast and
Yep.
was
Okay.
probably
I,
sitting
I
there
didn't
while
listen to the conversation. I would vote with Rhea.
Okay. So I guess my next question to you guys then is, what are we thinking speed-wise? General travel rate, like I said, is probably about 12 days, just at a normal pacing. Obviously, you guys are trying to catch up to somebody, or at the very least cross paths with them. Are you guys then trying to hurry, or are you just going to kind of slow down and let them come back to you? Like, what is your kind of general path here?
General question, like, is this entire area like equally dangerous, or is it like more dangerous as we move through it?
So the only time it's going to get way more dangerous is if you head east into the barbed fields.
Okay, got it. So pretty
Aside from
constant
that,
otherwise.
yeah, everything else is, yeah, it's kind of a wasteland and you're going to encounter some wildlife and whatever. But I mean, it's no different than being in the woods with a bear or whatever,
Okay.
right? So like,
So
there's
if
always that
we-
threat.
So just to make sure I understand this, if we follow the road like exactly down to the Emerald Loop and then go south and west to Asarius, we're not gonna, we may run into random encounters, but the extra dangerous stuff that comes out of the barbed fields, we're not really at risk of running into unless we go to the
Correct.
Emerald Loop and then head east to Bazistan.
Correct.
What's the trade-off for expedited travel?
Fast travel, I think we lose
Plus
out
50%.
on. Yeah, we also lose out on perception checks.
Mm,
Yeah, so I think we bump from like 12 miles to 18 per day or something like that. Double check me on that, I guess. I forget I gotta have to go look up the travel pay stuff. But we take a -5 to pass it to like we can't move stealthily and we take -5s to perceptions on
Gotcha.
encounters. I believe.
It's okay, how about just now I can't turn the accent off. It's worth mentioning too that these guys have 24-hour lead on us minimum
Correct.
because they left yesterday morning. So what
It's
if
30.
we assume they're
Nothing, it's fine. Just normal pace is 24 a day, fast pace is 30 a day, -5 to passive. Also, we can't use stealth unless we take a slow pace, which is only 18 miles a day. This is a general rule.
if we assume they're moving at a normal pace, I guess it's worth saying that by a few days in, we probably would catch up to them if we went fast paced the entire time.
Yeah.
But that's only assuming that they are doing a normal pace, though.
Correct.
They
So if
could
they're
also
going
be doing
fast
fast.
pace, yeah, if they're going fast, we're not going to catch them at all.
Right.
though.
Right.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to
But
bring
the
up.
other
is that-
thing is we don't know how long it's going to take them to accomplish what they want to accomplish in
Correct.
Asarius. So it's like if they're moving at a fast pace and they get to Asarius days ahead of us, they could finish their whole deal there and leave before we even. Although in that scenario, we may run into them like Ace was saying on the way back up the road, cross paths with them.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I normally don't.
If they go
advoc-
back the same
Sorry.
way.
Yeah,
That is true.
it's true.
Yeah.
Although
could
they don't
go
know that
down
we're
the river.
following them. Although they do know that they told Rhea where they were going.
Correct.
So they don't
Correct.
know that we would necessarily follow them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they don't know
I-
necessarily that they might be trying to avoid us, but also maybe they are
Well,
paranoid.
no, but they could go down the river in a boat since that is downstream,
that
and
is
that'd be way
true.
faster.
Yep. Or they also could go to Asarius, find out some other stuff they need to do somewhere else, and just go off to do that without going back to Jigao to collect their friends. A lot of possibilities, no perfect answers.
Yeah, they could have been lying about their intentions anyway, so maybe
Yeah.
they're never going back to Jigao.
I mean, what do we think? Just take the risk and do the fast pace?
I don't
Probably
normally
Ray, I would say.
advocate for that, but I do feel like this may be one of those situations where it does make sense.
Yeah.
I will say, if we do this, this will be the first time I've ever been in or seen a D&D party actually take a fast pace, and
Ooh.
I'm
This will be
very,
my first
I'm
as
very
well.
excited.
Okay, now I want to do that. Now I want to just for that.
Because
your
everybody
little
is always
checkbox.
like, "Ooh, I don't know, we shouldn't take
Let's
the
do it.
risk," and I'm
Full
just
send.
like,
Nope,
I've never
full
seen anybody
send.
go for it, so.
send.
Maybe we'll all die. Maybe Ace
You
is
just
rubbing
made
his
my-
hands together
yeah,
gleefully
yeah, he's
behind the
like-
microphone right now. But
Very excited for our choice.
Well, I feel like if that's what we're locking in at, then the best way that we can end this for me tonight
Oh,
would
God.
be I need 4 individuals to roll me a D8.
To roll you a
no.
what? I'm sorry.
Oh boy, D8.
D8. Okay. You want us to go one at a time?
Whatever 4 of you want to roll,
I'm gonna abstain.
whoever's feeling lucky.
I'm
All right.
not gonna do.
Oops. It would help if I could
Roll.
type roll.
Grosha rolled a 5.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sure 2's fine.
Okay, and that's another 4. I don't know what any of that means.
Nope.
Yeah.
We're going to find out.
Well, we will certainly find out when we start this adventure when we come back next time.
Oh no!
Well, fair enough, folks. With that, I guess that's the indication. That's what we're going to call it for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're going to go see if there's anybody we can raid. But in the meantime, we're going to remind everybody who we were, where we can be found on the internet, beginning, of course, with the woman, the myth, the legend, TikTok's #1 Minecraft streaming granny gamer, bunny destroyer, and lion tamer bonus mom.
Hey there, guys. I'm Bonus Mom 70, and I played a Goliath barbarian tonight with a heart of gold, the sweetest person you'll ever meet, and way too fond of grits. And you can find me on TikTok and Twitch Monday through Friday morning, and then lots of other times whenever my real life doesn't intervene. And it's been lovely hanging out with you all tonight, and hope to see you soon. And I'm going to go ahead and disconnect my TikTok at this point so that things are a little neater for me. So you'll find out who everybody else is, more about them next time. Bye-bye, kiddos. Have a great night.
Alrighty, excellent. And then, of course, we have the man without whom truly none of this would be possible. My streamer senpai and yours, father, gamer, family man, guitarist, rarer than a shiny Pokemon, non-toxic, southern accent, having homie, Final Fantasy wifing, president of these United States, states of our hearts anyway, prime minister of sinister, wholesome, dulcim, waifu, haiku, husbando, commando, inventor of non-stick pans, Charlie's Chocolate Factory, CEO, search contest winning, lord of sitting, the reason for the season, new year, new me, stronger than an oak tree, king of the hill, skinner of knees, decider of things, lord of our rings, Vincent Page!
Holy shit. Guys, I'm Vincent Page. I've been Orin Talwin, your half-elf fighter. And my schedule is actually about to change pretty big, but you'll have to come talk to me later to figure stuff out about that. You can find me on Twitch, though. I do Twitch things.
There
I don't know what
is.
the hell I'm doing tomorrow. I finished Dispatch. It's real bad.
Rip. Start that Elden Ring run, baby. Of course, next up, we have our Firestarter, Firestopper, Bar Hopper, Pirate, Lady Killer, Ale Swiller, King Killer, Cookie Captain, Jason.
I'm Jason. I've been playing Dorian, the human sailor turned warlock who didn't do a whole lot of warlocky things today, but did do some boozing. So, have a good night.
Hell yeah, terrific. Next up, of course, we have the vivacious, loquacious, magnacious, lean, mean, caprine, fighting machine, Lady Stuff.
Pew, 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 pew. I am Lady Stuff. I've been playing. Who am I? I am Rhea. Oh my god, I almost said something else. I am Rhea. It totally was in my mind. I am Rhea, the Goblin Satyr, who knows what, Twilight Cleric.
Excellent. And of course, last but not least, we have our cunning and craftery, dungeoning mastery, get ready for the incoming emotional damage disastery, fee-fi-fo narrative bastardry of Ace. And he really left us on one tonight, huh?
Yeah, listen, it's going to be great. Everybody's fates are already sealed, and I'm the only one who gets to know anything until next week. It'll be a great time.
Hell yeah.
2 weeks from now, even better.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And of course, last but not least, you have me. My name is Pixel. I was playing Casimir. There it is. I was going to say Talwin. That's his last name. We're all struggling here at the end, gang. You can also find me here on twitch.tv/hammer and pixel. We've been playing through Final Fantasy VII New Threat Mod. So we just reached the flashback in Calm Town. That's been a lot of fun. And thank you guys for hanging out. Is there anyone that we know to go raid? Someone has been suggested Havoc RPG, so we're gonna go raid over there,
looks
guys.
like we've raided them before, so they were on my list.
Sounds great. Love it. So we're gonna go raid them. They are doing a Waterdeep Dungeon of the Mad Mage game, so that is very exciting. Be sure to send them all of our love. Stay safe out there, folks. You may find icy conditions wherever you are, and just remember, ice is best crushed. Thank you, folks. Peace out, and we will catch you later. Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness, left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder. scorched by trials and woe. On their own they falter, but together they will write their own tale of glory, rent asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what